Okay, welcome everybody. I assume everybody's online now. My name is Todd Latham. I'm the president of Actual Media, and RESCON has decided I'm the best person to host this. My background is 30 plus years in infrastructure, water, and environment. So we've covered the building industry and the housing industry for some time in our publications and with our clients. But not about me today. Today is all about the RESCON Housing Summit 4.0. And so welcome. And you've got a full day agenda here, full afternoon. And before I get started, introduce Richard Lyall, the president of RESCON. I just want to go through a bit of housekeeping. So this is being recorded. So if you missed something, don't worry. You get the full recording later on the RESCON website, and it'll also be sent to you in the post-event summary. So also, keep in mind it is being recorded, so don't say anything crazy, or say something crazy and then use it later on in your social media, whatever you decide. The post-event summary is going to be sent out. It'll include speaker information, key takeaways, and any resources or reports that are associated with what is discussed today. So look out for that post-event summary, and if you register today, you will get an email with that. Q&A. This is going to be a big part of today. You'll see the little button down at the bottom of the screen, Q&A. Go on there, ask a question. Somebody from RESCON will be moderating that, and we will be making those questions available to the speakers. And I will help with that, and so will the moderators as part of this agenda. Make sure the session or the question you have is relevant to the session. So don't ask a question for something that's going to happen later on this afternoon. Wait to ask that question when the session is live. And then most importantly, I think stay comfortable. It's going to be a long afternoon. Maybe there's things you're going to come in and out of, but we want you to be comfortable and engaged. And so make sure you take any appropriate bio breaks, because there will not be any breaks during this Zoom meeting. It'll go right from now until 4:30, I believe. So those are the housekeeping items. And now I'm going to turn it over to Richard Lyall for opening remarks. As I mentioned, he's the president of RESCON. There he is on screen. Over to you, Richard.
Thanks, Todd, and welcome everyone to our Housing Summit 4.0. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers with us today, and we appreciate their taking time to participate. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank our sponsors, Lyall Local 183, Enbridge Gas, Toronto Regional Real Estate Board, the Federation of Rental Housing Providers, and of course, CBS on Global. This past year has reinforced how important our work is and continues to be. Housing is the most pressing issue facing Canadians today. Affordable and stable housing is crucial to growth and well-being, and we are not producing enough, and we have signs that that production is actually going to be slowing. For years, we've been raising awareness about the housing challenges we face. Our advocacy has taken many forms over the last 2 decades, producing research and reports that illuminate where government and stakeholders need to act, be it infrastructure, taxation, process, skills development, technology, etc. A recent report released in April 2023 that we commissioned highlighted an unprecedented statistic, and that's taxes, fees, and levies make up 31% of the cost of new housing. That was then. It's actually gone up since then. That's not good. We must quickly move and shift our focus to the remaining solutions and the acceleration of the changes necessary to build more housing that people can afford. Collaboration is essential. All levels of government, private sector partners, and the broader housing stakeholders have to be aligned in dealing with this challenge. And it is vitally important everyone now collectively understands that there is an absolute need to meet the province's target, accepted by all parties, of building 1.5 million new homes. Builders in Ontario are eager, of course, to meet this challenge, recognizing the need. However, we find ourselves at a crossroads in a generational housing crisis when even the middle class struggles to afford a home. Costs are too high, and it takes too long to get things done. Economically, no society can thrive without young people who are the engine of future growth and innovation. Yet many talented young Canadians are leaving the GTA, for example, and the province simply because they cannot afford a decent place to live. This is untenable. We have to dial up efforts to foster change and drive housing affordability and supply. Our country faces a demographic imperative, and I believe we are here today because we all care deeply about realizing solutions. Thank you to everyone for participating in the Housing Summit, and a special thank you to our sponsors. Now I'd like to hand it back over to Todd to introduce our rental housing market panel. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. That's great. We're right on time, so things are working smoothly already. It's my pleasure to introduce your first panel, and that's Tony Irwin and Corey Pact. Tony is the president and CEO of the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario. They're also a sponsor of today's summit. I'm not going to read his full bio, and I'm not going to read Corey's full bio either, because I think that's going to be part of your package that you get after this event. And also they're immediately available on LinkedIn if you search their names. So, but that's Tony. And then Corey is with Fitzrovia. He has responsibility and oversight into their investment, development, construction, property, and asset management verticals. So over to you, gentlemen, and I'll let you guys take it away. And if there's questions at the end, I'll help you jump in at the end.
Thanks, Todd, very much for the kind introduction, and pleasure to be with you all. Corey, great to see you too. So why don't we get right into it? We've got about 25 minutes, and Richard, of course, set the stage a little bit in terms of what's some of the broad challenges facing housing right now. Corey, Fitzrovia has been quite a prolific builder of housing, of rental housing over the last few years. You've got some projects in the ground right now. You've got some other projects you're looking to get through the approval process. We've all read media stories about the condo market struggles there, and the personal rental numbers starts based on CMHC numbers recently are still pretty good. I'd love to get your perspective on all of that in terms of your current projects, what you're seeing on the ground, your thoughts about the current pipeline, and frankly, what your thoughts are about the pipeline sort of once we get through, I guess kind of a year or two out relative to where we are today. So why don't we start with that, if you could.
For sure, and thanks Tony, good to see you as well. Thanks everyone for joining. Great to be on. So I'll jump right into it. I would say Fitzrovia ourselves have managed to get a bunch of projects in the ground over the last 12 months, which I'll speak to maybe at the end of my answer. But more broadly in the market, I would say it's probably worse than maybe some of the stats are portraying from our perspective. So I think everyone knows that the condo market is effectively dead today. That's definitely very accurate. There's no sales, and the condo market needs 70% plus pre-sales to start construction. So when that comes back, I don't know how it comes back. I'm not sure, but today there's really nothing going on. There's been a couple of groups, Fitzrovia included, that have managed to get some projects in the ground. For us, those were projects that were approved basically shortly after the HST announcement. HST was a big driver of the math working a year ago for us. And we got 6 towers, 2,000 units in the ground because of it, which was great. But we have a lot more today that we're ready to go, and I know a lot of our competitors do as well, and the math doesn't work. And so those projects are really on pause, and I think you're starting to see some of the numbers reflect that. There were some weird CMHC stats that came out that were surprising, that showed some optimism, but from what we're seeing, no one's really going vertical. When I overlay that with what we're seeing in the rental market today, there's been a lot of condos that have delivered in the last 12 months. These are projects that went into the ground 3, 4, 5 years ago and are delivering today. And so we've actually seen a really large influx of supply, and this is obviously shadow rental is really what condo is. And so rents have moderated. So I'd say that's maybe a positive fact for renters in the market. And there's been some options for people looking to rent, which is great. I think the problem is when you look out the next 24 months, there's going to be nothing coming. Even if everything turns around today, nothing is going to get delivered over the next couple of years. And I think that's a really scary thought. And then just more broadly on the market, we're starting to see a little bit of distress, not a ton, a little bit. And it's generally really hard for groups to raise capital today, which is another driving factor on the slowdown in new supply.
So in terms of your current projects in the ground right now, what any sort of challenges in particular with those? I mean, I know over the last year, I've talked to members who have, talked to me about concerns they're having to maybe pause projects, obviously, just in terms of some of the economic headwinds. Are there any of those kinds of challenges impacting projects you have currently in the ground, or have things like interest rates starting to come down and HST, as you indicated, are those things helping you sort of carry on, or are you still having to be very sort of cautious about what you're able to do?
I would say we have 5 towers delivering right around now.
Okay.
Those projects that were built right through COVID, those ones were the ones that felt the very material cost escalations that everyone's seen in the market. And those were the ones that required a lot more capital to go in than expected. Now, we were fortunate to have really supportive investors and bankers who stepped up. And so all those projects got completed. And obviously, the rent growth over the last 5 years has been very high. And so we delivered at higher rents than expected. And so those projects have still done fine, notwithstanding the fact that the cost to get there were significantly higher. On the projects that are in the ground today, already with vertical approval construction and shovels in the ground, we were conservative in our budget because of all of the escalations everyone was seeing, and the HST offset helped a lot. Now, interest rates continued to run since that announcement, and I would say the vast majority of those savings have now effectively been wiped between general cost escalations and interest rates. So again, they're fine. They're not perfect, but they're fine. I think the real challenge is on the new projects that are trying to get approved, where the math just isn't working today.
Right. So on that, I mean, we're all aware of the housing crisis that we are in, the need for significant more supply. Whatever data you look at, or whatever numbers we sort of cite, the province is 1.5 million. CMHC, I think, is 3.5 million. Homes that are needed. We know that at least 30% of those would need to be rental. So we know the numbers are large, and we know that the need for more housing is great, of all types, including purpose-built rental. I think something you said at the end of your first answer is concerning to me, and I would expect is concerning to most, if not everyone, on this participating here today, which is what's coming in the pipeline. And we know that, as you said, projects that you have in the ground now have been in the works for 2-3 years or longer, at least that long. The fact that once those projects all sort of move through and are completed, it's the what's coming behind, and you indicated that probably not a lot. And as a company who's done a lot of building, who wants to build, and who is looking to try to make numbers work, and frankly is pretty resilient at doing that, given those comments, perhaps you could expand a little bit more on that, and on what kinds of other policy changes would be necessary in order to get the pipeline more active than obviously it currently is.
For sure. So there's a couple of places to tackle that. I guess just to frame what the options are to make the math work. It's really only 2 things, right? It's either revenue needs to increase, which means rents need to go up, which means it's less affordable than today, and that's a bad outcome, or costs need to go down, right? It's only 2 levers. The vast majority of your costs are land, your hard costs, and your municipal cost and other government-related fees. Land has come down a little bit. It's helpful. Hard costs have not. They continue to rise. Now, they're not rising at the same rapid pace as they have historically, but most hard costs are tied to unions and those labor rates and equipment pricing and supply pricing. Like, they're not going down. May not go up the same way they have. There's not much to do there, and that really just leaves one place to focus on, obviously, and that's the governmental related fees. And so there's two key levers that we think should really be explored that would have a material impact on the ability to go vertical. It's property taxes and it's development charges. For rental, for those that don't know, the way you value a rental building is on what's called a cap rate basis. And so it basically means the value of your building is anywhere from 25 to 30 times recurring cash flow. And property taxes are recurring operating expense, happens every year consistently. And so for every dollar that you can reduce property taxes, you're really increasing the value of that property by $25 to $30. So it's really, really impactful. So number one, we would say off the top is property tax abatements for a minimum of 20 years. And the reason you need it to be 20 years or longer is because for you to really get that benefit of a cap rate, to call it a recurring savings, generally buyers expect a minimum of 20 to 25 years to call it a really recurring cash flow. And then development charges. Look, everyone knows it. I don't need to beat it to death, but they're very expensive and it's a big needle mover, and municipalities need development charges to fund various growth elements, and they need property taxes to cover the cost of running a city. And so I think there's a practical reality that it's going to require coordination across all three levels of government. I think everyone has to step up to make that math work. It can't be left on one individual group. But I think those are the two big ones. The other one that I would talk about is just capital is fluid, right? The capital required for these projects are very large, which means it's coming from pension funds or other institutional investors. And those investors can put their capital anywhere in the globe, especially in the US, and they're fiduciaries to their own pension years. They're going to put their capital where they see stability, where they see attractive risk-adjusted returns. And so I would say another element is really when you announce something and it's really delivering on what you say you're going to do. So it's not finding sort of backdoors to get around a potential incentive. It's trying to find a way to be collaborative with the private sector to make it very clear, very consistent, very repeatable, and that will help attract capital.
And so just sort of taking that a little further, just kind of perhaps, just asking a separate, but perhaps in some ways related question to that. We hear a lot and have heard a lot over the last couple of years from members of ours, challenges around obviously labor, around construction costs, those we know, cost of land, we know what the levers are, right? We know where the biggest areas are in terms of cost to build. Richard at the outset talked about, government fees and charges. So we know kind of what the heavy hitters are, but we have experienced obviously significant pressures around, labor, finding labor, and construction costs. What are you seeing? Are you seeing any improvement in those areas as we've kind of, you sort of don't want to keep saying move through the pandemic or post-pandemic, but at some point, hopefully we won't say that anymore because it won't be relevant. But are you seeing any sort of improvements in those areas?
In labor specifically, or construction costs in general?
Both. Yeah, both.
So I would say generally trades, like there's three components to any price from a trade, and it's labor, it's materials, and it's profit. Profit margins were increased during COVID. There's no question that can come back, and I think it has. Materials, they're generally sourced globally. So has there been relief as it relates to the cost escalations slowing? Yes. Has it come down? Not really. Maybe in certain aspects, but generally not really. And then labor, almost everything is tied to unions, and unions have prescribed rates with prescribed increases every year. So there has not been any relief there. Definitely some natural increases that are already prescribed. And so net, we would say things are around flat. Certain disciplines are still up. Certain disciplines are down a little bit. The big benefit is you don't need to underwrite 10% of your cost escalations anymore. You can underwrite something that's more moderate.
Right. There are a few questions in the chat. I'm just going to maybe pick one out here, Corey, because I think it would be interesting to ask. So this question, if municipalities are looking at financial incentives and non-financial incentives, what would help most? Can you be more specific? For example, the questioner asks about, you know, a lot of municipalities, of course, have been able to access the Housing Accelerator Fund funding, and how can financial incentives be best created to utilize this funding? So just any thoughts you might have about different types of incentives that could be helpful.
Yeah, so I think for me, I'd keep it simple, right? Like focus on the two that we just said. It's development charges and it's property taxes, and it's waivers of both. Really important, no strings attached, right? Like we all want affordable housing. Absolutely. We're the first to say that. We're actually working on a dedicated platform to roll that out. But there is different programs and incentives tied to that. What I'm talking about, it needs to just be full stop clean. So those are two, and definitely tapping into the Housing Accelerator Fund to do so would be logical. In terms of non-financial incentives, I saw it's written in there as well. I would say kudos to the municipalities around rezonings. I would say that, you know, the city of Toronto, I'll name in particular, like it has been faster, more efficient, more collaborative to get through a high-rise rezoning. And I think that was due to, you know, specific effort put into it on the city side. And I would say thank you to the broader group for that. Non-financial incentives, I would say finding a way to move you through the process quicker once you've rezoned. Say that's been a big bottleneck for groups, and time is money on these projects, especially for rental where you're looking at cash flow. So finding a way to maybe tie in, you know, starting construction quicker, right? You need to do it in the year of 2025 or 2026. But if you do, you know, we'll find a way to fast track you through a permitting process or fast track you through the site planning process. Something like that would be very helpful.
Now, I know when we spoke before today, just in preparation for this, I think you talked about trying to get 1,000 units approved in Toronto. Is that right? Do I remember that right?
Yeah, there's a specific project, 2 towers, 1,000 units that we are ready to go, but not approved by investor. Yes.
Right, and so that's just stuck in the development approval process.
So that is not, it's not stuck in the development approval process. So it's rezoned. The issue is that the math doesn't work today. And so there's that. So there's one project in particular, 1,000 units downtown Toronto would be all rental. And then there's 2 other projects that sit right behind it. So between those 3 projects, 5 towers, it's actually about 2,000 units that we would be ready to go, shovels in the ground, call it tomorrow, if the math worked. And I would say those financial incentives that I just outlined, those we would feel very confident in getting the approvals to start construction, you know, call it Q1 of next year.
I would echo what you said about rezoning. I'm certainly hearing from members that you know, the sort of what they're seeing at the municipal level, different places, has been quite encouraging in terms of getting rezonings and getting heights and densities needed. So again, there may perhaps be other economic challenges that impede those projects, like you just talked about, but that certainly members are seeing you know, seeing great improvement in those areas in a lot of instances, and that's of course helping move projects forward, which I think we all recognize and know is important. There was another question in the chat that I'm going to try to just condense it down a little, but it's a topic that comes up, of course, you know, quite often in our industry, as you would know, and you know, it's really a question that relates to the Landlord Tenant Board and you know, challenges there, and of course, I see it with, you know, smaller rental housing providers who are getting out of the business because of the time it takes to get through that process. But of course, it also, so whether it impacts rental housing providers on that side, or whether it impacts members like Fitzrovia who build, and decisions you make whether to build or not. Again, all the economic factors are extremely relevant to that decisioning, but that we also need a strong operating environment as well. And I think really the questioner was asking about that generally, and kind of how you see that, and how you sort of navigate some of those challenges. I was speaking at the Hamilton and District Apartment Association yesterday, and with lots of conversation around work FRPO is doing with the Ontario government. A lot of improvements have been made. More needs to be done. But the question really, I think, was how does Fitzrovia navigate that, and how does that factor into your thinking around whether you're going to build or not build, and where you might build, and what that might look like?
Yeah, I would say the number one, I'm just reading the question while you're saying it, the number one concern is rent control. And you would see any of the sort of 60s, 70s vintage product that dominates the market today if you bought that product 3 years ago, you're hurting today. And why? That's because your expenses have increased and your revenue hasn't, and you've gotten squeezed. And so we've seen it play out. I would say that the fear of that is the number one concern we would have from prospective investors. And I would say there are groups out there that simply would not be interested in Ontario development as a result of it. That being said, I think there's a number of groups, obviously us included, our investors, that feel confident in the system we have today. I would say that aside, it's challenged. The short answer is it's challenging, but it's not enough to deter us. Like, we have an in-house team who, understands the Landlord Tenant Board Act, in and out, and they work with us, hand in hand with external counsel as needed. But the short answer is we've been okay navigating it, and we haven't had enough negative instances to actually discourage us building. Do I think we need to improve the system? I absolutely do. Nothing else, we need to find a way to move through it quicker. I think where it could be really unfair is maybe a non-institutional landlord, maybe a condo owner who's renting out their unit, and that's their life savings across 3 or 4 units, and someone's not paying rent, and now they can't pay their own rent. That one's tough. I think at our size and scale, we can muscle through it. Right.
I'm mindful of our time, and we've only got a few minutes left. On that point, I would just say certainly agree with you, of course, and that's the work that many associations like FRPO and others do to work with the Ontario government on that. And not to get into a big sort of speech about that now, but we do hear every day about the challenges and that they're faced due to the length of time it takes to navigate the system that is necessary to adjudicate disputes, which inevitably happen, but there needs to be a fair and efficient system to manage that. So improvements happening, but more to come there. Few minutes left. Todd, I don't know whether you had any other questions you wanted to throw into the conversation in the few minutes we have left.
I think there's still a bunch on the Q&A there if you want to take one more of those quickly, and then I'll wrap up in 2 minutes so I can introduce the next panel. Thanks.
Sure. So I see a question from earlier that's how much per foot hard costs. What is the per foot hard costs for new high-rise concrete rental buildings with shovels in the ground today? That's a question I, of course, couldn't possibly answer, but perhaps you can.
I'll be concise in my answers here, given timing. The short answer is people, just hard costs alone, $400 to $450 a square foot per gross construction area would be what people are building at.
Okay. That was concise. We've maybe got another minute, so I'll see if I can squeeze in one more.
Let's do rapid fire.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what is the bedroom mix, and you build a lot of new, what's the bedroom mix in new rental buildings? And can we anticipate that families will be able to be housed in these new builds? I hear a lot about family-sized units. So what are your thoughts on that, Corey?
Yeah, I love that because I feel like it was perfectly catered to Fitzrovia. So I'd say the vast 98% of the market is building very small. They're building 70% ones. They're building 20% twos at 725 square feet, and they're building 875 threes, and they're building minimums. We think there's a massive gap in the market for young families and for downsizers, and so we're building 50% twos and threes. And we're building units that are probably 20% larger than condo and 10% larger than other rental competitors. But we would be unique in that space. And I think it's exactly for the point around serving the market that is underserved today.
I think that's great. I think it's amazing you're doing that. And I've certainly toured your buildings and think we certainly need more family size units. So I applaud you for doing that. Todd, I know we're right up against it, so probably you're happy if I just stop talking. So I'll just stop talking.
And thanks to you, Tony, by the way, for all your advocacy behind the scenes and in the front of the scenes sometimes too.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tony and Corey. That was a great appetizer for what is coming up with a main course for today, which is the mayor's panel on meeting the challenge, municipalities and the housing crisis. And that will be moderated by RESCON's one and only Director of Municipal Affairs, Michael Giles. And he's worked with the federal, provincial, and municipal level governments for several decades. So he has a long public service career that he can leverage for today's moderation. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Todd, and thank you to our big city mayors who are joining us today. Having worked at all three levels of government, as Tony noted, I found municipal is always the most difficult and challenging. And anybody opens their front door and the street lights out, they know who to call. But you have bigger challenges than that. So, and also I'd like to thank especially those who have council meetings today who are taking the time to join us on basically your lunch break. So welcome to Mayor Dan Carter, Mayor Olivia Chow, Mayor Cam Godfrey, Mayor Josh Morgan, and Mayor Alex Nuttall from Oshawa, Toronto, Guelph, London, and Barrie, respectively. I'm going to stick to this alphabetical format because I'm getting old, and if I take it out of queue, I won't forget who I talk to. So we'll stick to that. And we are a little, we got 45 minutes. We got 5 mayors, and so we're a little tight for time. As one of my professors used to say when I said, "How long do I have to speak?" He said, "As much as you like, but we leave at 1:45. So we'll try to keep that in mind. So, there's a lot to go over today. And what we're going to try and do is we've got a couple of questions, and we're going to try and give you about 2 minutes each to answer those questions. And again, we'll stay in alphabetical format for each one, so I don't forget who has spoken. And I'm not going to waste any time. We're going to get sort of right into it because we do have a little bit of a time crunch. So the first question, and I'll begin with you, Mayor Carter, and then followed by Mayor Chow, Mayor Guthrie, Mayor Morgan, and Mayor Nuttall. The first question is basically, the housing affordability and supply crisis is affecting virtually all municipalities across the province. I would say basically all municipalities. And, what are the main challenges and what actions have you taken to address these? Just maybe keep in mind sort of some of our members who focused on things like approval timelines and fees and costs and all that stuff. And those are big issues for municipalities. So I'll start with Mayor Carter. If you can just talk about the challenges and what Oshawa was doing to deal with this stuff.
So first of all, good afternoon to the other panelists. It's great to be able to be with them. Michael, good to see you once again. And if you didn't just see the previous panel, I think that was an important part of seeing exactly the challenges that are being faced. Corey did a great job in regards to kind of wrapping it all up in regards to the challenges that are there. My main concern really comes down to is municipalities are trying to do their very best in regards to assisting in regards to this housing crisis. But we are also looking at the issues of infrastructure, about services, and about the complexities of individuals moving into our community that really need to be addressed. There's been these initiatives that are being put out that we're going to meet 1.5 million homes that will be built in Ontario. You heard from Corey about some of the challenges there that are outside of our control as municipalities. But at the same time, as municipalities, we've got to think about social services, about long-term care, policing, works, all of these other elements that need to be addressed first and foremost before we start welcoming new people into our community to try and meet these challenges. So we can put in initiatives and incentives in place. We can do things like the regional revitalization program that we have in Oshawa, waiving of development charges, fast approval times. We've got one of the fastest in all of Ontario. We can do all of these things, but the economics of the housing crisis is really being highlighted by what Corey had said. But municipalities at the same time, we are struggling with what infrastructure and what services are we going to have in place? How do we not only have the resources in regards to dollars and cents, but the people and the opportunity to be able to deliver those necessary services to be able to welcome all these new residents. And I think we're getting way too far ahead of ourselves in regards to saying we're going to accomplish all of these homes, but we haven't thought about those other things. So Michael, that's where I stand, and that's where my concern is.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Mayor Chow, I know that there's some housing items on the agenda today at council, and you've got a full agenda, but I was reading through some of those and quite a bit in there too.
Thank you. Well, to answer your question, what action have we taken? Faster, used to be 3 years, 4 years. Toronto had the reputation of being very slow in approving anything. It's now much faster. If it's affordable homes, 3 months. You can put in an application in April. We approve it in July. The latest one was actually done 2 months in terms of on Belleville, in Kensington Market. Plan amendment, higher density, it's less than a year now. So we are looking at as of right application. So we did 6-story, 60 units for Main Street. We're about to bring in the Avenue. And then on the residential is 3-story and 4 units. And so that's faster. And the more part is the affordable piece. We have 6,000 units in the pipeline, shovel ready. We should get it all done by 2026. We are looking at dealing with already, if it's affordable homes, it's exemption on property tax, development charges, park levy, community benefits. So all the things we are exempting, we're looking at more. So we have a whole bunch of things in our toolkit that we are applying so that we can build more homes and build it faster.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. And Mayor Guthrie.
Great, thank you very much for having me, and hello to all my mayoral friends on the call here. I would say that from a Guelph perspective, our 2022 numbers when it came to approval timelines on average was actually over 300 days. As of now, they are now down to just under 70 days. So we have done a really good job on that. I would say that some of the pressure from the province helped with that. So I'll just give some credit where credit's due. We've been able to also get advantage of the Housing Accelerator Fund. We're a city that received that. And with that came a lot of accountability as well to make sure that we were using those funds. So as an example, we gave council just last night one of our first properties that we gave away or is up for sale to build some affordable housing now. So we're identifying all of our assets and lands within the city to try to help with using those underutilized pieces of property to become housing for people. I think the final thing I would just say is we've done really great work on our zoning. We actually were ahead of the province when it came to things like 3 units as of right. We're doing 4 units as of right. We're looking at investigating more than 4 as of right. We're looking at more density and heights within our downtown core. All this is being done proactively by ourselves, council and staff, because we know that we need to try to make it just easier on as of right circumstances for developers to be able to get the shovels in the ground. So the final thing I would say is just a culture. I think there's been a cultural shift, and I would say that's echoed across all cities, all the big city mayors. There's a cultural shift within city halls, not just from the politicians, but from the administration side, planners and more, that, this crisis is very real. We've got to move. We've got to get stuff done. We've got to play our part, and we've got to have better relationships with private, nonprofit, and upper levels of government and developers that need to get shovels in the ground. And so I think over the last year, it's been much better, and it's going to continue to be much better.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Mayor Morgan of London, I know you had some pretty big stuff going on in your downtown, so there's definitely stuff happening there.
Yeah, I'm happy to share some additional thoughts, and I appreciate the thoughts that my colleagues have already shared. I always talk about housing supply as a shared responsibility, right? There's things municipalities can do. There's things within our sphere of jurisdiction. There's also things that are beyond our influence that are more the responsibilities of the federal, provincial governments, the development sector, and the financial sector. So on the things that council can control in the City of London, we in 2022 would have done about 4,000 council permissions. We would have basically had things come through our planning committee and council approvals for about 4,000 units. 2023, we did about 5,000 units. So far, year to date in 2024, we've done 21,572 units. which means since January of 2022, council has now given permission for 31,339 units year to date. You know, our target over the next 10 years is 47,000. And so what you see as a council side of things is us aggressively ramping up our permissions to be permissive on density in the city and saying yes to development opportunities when they come forward. You know, the challenge though that we have is those permissions actually turning into units on the ground, places for people to live. In London, we're starting to see the corner turn on that. I know in August, when we look at CMHC starts year over year, our increase was 211% year over year. We were third best in Ontario, behind only Peterborough and Oshawa. I'm sure Mayor Carter's very happy about that. And we were first in Ontario and second in Canada on high density starts, up over 271% year over year, August to August. So that to me isn't just saying we're doing a great job. What it is we're starting to see the shift from council permissions into actual units being constructed. And as interest rates continue to come down, hopefully that trend will continue and we can start to see actual builds in the ground that will create homes for people to live in. And so, you know, that's what we're doing in the City of London. That's the council permission side of things. But as I said, there are many other components of this shared responsibility that we have on creating housing, and the municipality is just one of them.
Thank you, Mayor Hart. And Mayor Nuttall, we had some great conversations recently about a lot of the really good stuff that's going on up in Bray.
Yeah, thanks so much. And hello to all my colleagues. It's nice to see you. I'm sure I'll see many of you next week as well. Yeah, we've had a wonderful time, you know, balancing like everybody else is. And I say that half sarcastically in the sense that, you know, as much as we do, we're relying on the building community and developers to be part of the success as well. And where I think we've seen some trials and tribulations has been in relation to the cost of construction. Obviously, inflation has impacted us severely in terms of getting those housing builds done, and the other one being interest rates really you know, killing projects at least for a time, if not in totality. And so where I admire the you know, what Josh has just said in terms of what they're seeing for housing starts, we're actually seeing a major reduction year over year in housing starts. I think that we will end up the year somewhere in the 1,200 new housing starts if everything falls into place. To put it in perspective, we were over 2,000 last year. There hasn't been a reduction in staff in the permitting department. There hasn't been a turnaround in how we view housing. I think we've been more and more aggressive. We've reduced our development charges by 12%, come to an agreement with the development community with you know, avoiding any sort of litigation process or route. At the same time, we brought out a community improvement plan with the help of the provincial and federal government in terms of their funding. We have about $30+ million that we're pouring into that, and that's what's going to facilitate an increase in the final half of this year for housing. But we can't. There's no amount of compensation that can make up for what is a very difficult environment for builders to build in. And so what we're really trying to do is position ourselves for next year when we believe, you know, as interest rates come down, as some of the stock in the resale market starts to get eaten up, we'll be ready to get housing built for folks around here.
Right. Thank you very much, Mayor. Well, the next question, we have a little bit of extra time, so I'm sure you'll all get into this one. But, you know, so municipalities have borne most of the on-the-ground burden in terms of, you know, the front line of their current housing crisis. Everything sort of lands at your doorstep, and you know, have, like, for example, development charges are fairly controversial, but, you know, have limited tools to deal with this stuff. So what actions do you believe that the federal and provincial governments need to take that they haven't already taken? And is there any kind of programs they've, you know, pushed out that are just not effective, or that, you know, are built that when you sort of go a little bit, but built to fail, they just make it difficult for municipalities to deliver on? So we'll start again with Mayor Carter, again, just staying alphabetical. If you could maybe comment on that.
Yeah, you know, I guess it comes down to is I think Alex really brought up some really good points. I mean, in fact, all the panelists brought up some great points in regards to what they're living and what they're going through. The government does play an important role in regards to incentives that are available, not only to municipalities, but also the opportunity to be able to release lands and make those lands available One of the biggest things that we're seeing anyways is the opportunity to be able to look at available lands and see how we may be, as a municipality, be able to utilize those lands. Now, in our circumstance, like Alex, the market itself in regards to housing is just not moving at all. What I am seeing is a specific developer that is doing a lot in regards to the rental market, and I think that's a great initiative. And the HST aspect really helped that aspect, and CMHA, all of those things coming together really did help make sure that it was viable. And that was a prime example of how a municipality came to the table, how a government agency came to the table, and how those initiatives really made these opportunities available. So I think we need to see more of that. The Housing Accelerated Fund that we, of course, were not able to receive, and we're hoping that in the next rendition of it, that Oshawa will be successful. That'll play a significant role in regards to us trying to come up with unique opportunities in regards to it. But the government plays an important part of creating the programs that municipalities can actually implement and that developers can take advantage of. I heard what Corey was saying. There's two areas that he spoke about. One was, the development charges and the taxes, and how that's playing a significant role in regards to it. The math doesn't work, and that needs to be resolved one way or another. So the government, local government plays a role in it, but all levels of government play a role in it. And I think that the reality being is some of these initiatives that both the provincial and federal government are bringing forward will be helpful. I think the release of land, the HST aspect of it, the Housing Accelerated Fund, I think will have help tremendously. I think the last thing is that we've got to manage expectations. We have to have these candid conversations about what's truly going on in the economy, what every level of government is trying to do and bring to the table, and what efficiencies. You heard from all of our panelists today in regards to what they've done internally within their organization to really make sure that we're efficient and that we're making sure those applications are being dealt with in an expedited way. We're doing our part. We need to continue to see the province and the federal government come to the table with specific financial incentives that are going to be able to help municipalities. So, Michael, that's I'm hoping that I added something to this conversation.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much. That's perfect. Mayor Chow?
Thank you. Well, the federal government through the Housing Accelerated Funds have supported us, and also the low-cost financing for rental housing. And we need more funding of it make available, and maybe because the city has a large number of affordable housing rental units, that if they could do what they've done for the BC government, which is batch all the applications together, then it's a lot faster and it's less administrative burden for people doing the developing and also for the government. So we are asking them to do that. The HST exemption is very helpful for rental for both the provincial and the federal government. And so that's one group of housing, rental housing, but those that need supportive housing, wraparound services, is through the rapid housing initiatives, and the funding needs to come in faster and more of it, because that has been around for quite a few years, but it's the most successful program, but it has the smallest amount of funds allotted to it. So we're hoping that they would, the federal government through the November economic statement, would really push a lot of the housing initiative funds. There are quite a few of them, and they're quite very good, to move it forward, because it seems to, some of them are back and loaded to 3 or 4 years from now. We're hoping that they would make a bigger investment in 2024-25, because this is the time to get things building. The financing is hard because of the interest rate still, and this is the time that we need to look at other government incentives, which brings me to the provincial government. The provincial government, because of Bill 23, development charges in some piece of it has been exempt, and that if we are to exempt more development charges or all of it, we still need money to build our roads, our sewage, and our public transit, and fund all that, and policing. And it would require the provincial government to give us a hand, to give us a maybe start something called a build provincial building rebate of some kind, so that it can help the municipal government on infrastructure funds. Because just building the housing won't be enough. We still have to do the kind of infrastructure that's wrapped around the service. One last thing, we are seeing more and more homeless people in encampments, and the only way to deal with, because of higher number of refugees claimants coming in, the housing benefit, which is really a rent supplement, is very helpful. We just need more of it so that we can house some of those folks instead, because our shelters are awful. And if we could do some rent supplement, it's cheaper. It's only $1,000 a month, rather than if we are renting hotels or running shelters, it's $6,000 or $7,000 a month. So we're hoping the Canada Ontario housing benefits would be more and flow faster.
Thank you very much, Mayor Chan. Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I just want to start by saying, and this is, my own observation, but I think my colleagues would echo it. Every mayor I speak to in council, for the most part, is 100% behind trying to get more housing built. Like we are all doing that. And I will say, for the last few years, and municipalities have been beat up a little bit. Everyone kind of pointing fingers our way. And in some cases, some of that was right. That's okay. I understand that. But it has fully changed. I see what my colleagues are doing. I see what's happening in my own city. And we have really started to majority align to exactly the crisis that is ahead of us, to try to get the urgency behind what we need to do to help. And so where I would say I'm not seeing some of that in the province and the feds, which is interesting, because I'm only speaking for myself here, but I think the province could have been doing a lot more on this front, not only with the funding side of things. And funding should never be piecemeal. It should be long-term commitments so we can do proper capital planning. If we can get away from application-based type of funding, so that the funding we know is just coming to our cities to help with infrastructure, to unlock more housing, that would be beneficial. But there are sticks and carrots. And I think governments need to start using it, the upper levels of government, both the province and the feds. And I think they're starting to in some cases. But I think the province especially, and I say this as a means of encouragement. And again, I'm only speaking for myself, but I do see what other provinces are doing across Canada. And they've gone much further, much faster in as of right permissions and zoning. And I think we still need a little bit more of that in the province of Ontario. And so, I'm hoping to see the province maybe come out with some changes. And I said this last year, one of the things that is problematic, though, is that in the development sector, sometimes what I'm hearing is, well, we know the province is going to be coming out with, 10 changes in the fall. So we're just going to kind of wait. And then they know there's going to be another 10 or 12 changes in 2025. So we're just going to kind of wait. And we know there's going to be more changes in 2026. So we're just going to kind of wait. So I would really rather the province just come out with the suite of changes they want and let us get going. Then there's clarity and certainty for all players that are in this. And then the last thing I would just say is, and I'm glad Mayor Childs said this, and I think all the heads of the mayors are going to shake in unison here. The homelessness issue is unbearable right now. And it is absolutely sucking all of our energy into these health care issues, which are mostly addictions and mental health related. And property taxes and our departments were never meant to help with this situation. And yet either it's been downloaded or underfunded to our cities. And if there's any call of action that we should all on this seminar and such do, is to plead with the upper levels of government for the sustained funding to help the people that are in greatest need in our communities, because it is absolutely sucking all of the energy that we have. And it takes us away sometimes from the other things that we want to do, what we're trying to help on this call.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, so I think Cam said the piece on homelessness quite well, and I would say that's certainly, obviously, Cam, you know how I feel about this, and I'm nodding my head as aggressively as I can, because it totally is something that is holding us back, particularly in our downtown cores, in realizing the potential of the revitalization of our downtowns, which are actually really critical places to develop more housing, because we've got infrastructure there that can be taken advantage of, and it's really about bolstering the businesses and the employers in our downtown core with opportunities for people to live there as well. But to what Mayor Chow said, the DC problem, and I know everybody wants to talk about DCs. I don't think there's any mayor who's not willing to have a conversation about doing development charges differently. The problem is what we're doing is we're building in statutory exemptions into the process that then municipalities have to find some way to finance that are completely unsustainable. I'll give you an example from the City of London. You know, the statutory exemptions back in 2021 for the City of London would have cost us about $3 million. In 2024, it's $28 million. Like $28 million we have to find to backfill the DC fund to actually build the projects and the infrastructure that we need to create the housing that everybody wants, that we now have to provide because of either Bill 23 or previous statutory exemptions that we're required to deal with. I don't think anybody imagined that it would escalate that quickly in fast-growing cities. But, and I don't mind doing development charges a completely different way. Like, let's do that. But we can't provide a bunch of waivers and then provide no capacity for municipalities to actually backfill the development charges funds, aside from property tax pressure, which nobody likes. And so there's a real meaningful conversation we have to have, because this is not going away anytime soon. And as we build more schools and rental housing and not-for-profit housing and affordable housing, and we provide all of these exemptions, the DC Act says you still got to fill the fund up in some way. And so we took our entire surplus this year and we had to cram it into there just to backfill the space for the capital plan that we have, which is stormwater management ponds and all the infrastructure that's going to build more housing in our province. So this is a really critical, I think, emerging discussion that I think is important for us to have with other levels of government who all want to talk about DCs. We do too. But it has to be done in a way where we're actually creating both incentives as well as ensuring that the infrastructure that needs to be completed is not just transferred into funded off the backs of property taxpayers, when we have a million other things that municipalities are supposed to be doing as our core services. And we put pressure on all of those when we have that upward pressure because of these sorts of changes. But I'll finish by just going back to Mayor Guthrie's point. I don't think that there's a bigger issue in our country than trying to figure out what to do with homelessness, open drug use, and the state of our downtowns in our major cities. Like, this is absolutely critical. It has never been as bad as it is. Many municipalities have tried many different solutions, but we cannot solve this without a multi-government coherent strategy that is across the province and across the country, that we all get behind in a really effective way to actually tackle these challenges. The siloed, compartmentalized, everybody trying their thing days are behind us. We have solutions that can work, but we have no ability to scale them, and we have no overarching plan across this country to actually address this very critical issue, which is holding all of our major municipalities back.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. Mayor Nuttall?
Yeah, certainly. I'll just say I agree with everything that's been said on homelessness so far, and I'm going to stick to where we're at, because I think part of that answer is housing, and I think my camera's messing up a little bit, but I really do want to speak to the question with regards to the provincial government, and then I want to pick up on 2 points from others. Number one is, the province is where we see most of the interaction on housing. The feds came in, they give us some money. Some of us got money, some of us didn't. There were, requests put in place with regards to 4x right and some other items to get that funding. But really, the majority of what we deal with is an interaction with the provincial government. And I'm going to give a negative, and I'm going to give a positive, and I'm going to give a needs to be dealt with. The negative, I'll give you an example, the CHIA. So the CHIA comes into being, then it gets removed. The city of Bray was responsible for half of the units that were applied for inside of the CHIA, which was supposed to be a fast track of getting housing projects through. The result is One of those projects took 8 months. The other one is yet to be determined. We put that request in the previous calendar year, and I'm guessing we don't receive an answer until the next calendar year on that. We could have approved it in 4 months. Now we're into 12 plus months by the time we're getting through this, and that's a substantive issue that needs to be figured out on the provincial level. And I'll say Minister Calandra's done a great job of bringing stability back to the table when it comes to planning and the entire ministry for housing. The second thing that I think is really on what Josh was speaking to pick up on that, we have an issue in Ontario which I think is prohibitive to getting housing built or jobs going, and that is essentially our laws kill competition amongst municipalities. So we aren't in a position where we can go out and work with individual builders or developers to get things done without putting either the taxpayer or the rest of the builders in the place where they have to pick up the cost. And I'll give you some examples. So in Barrie's downtown, we've had a plethora of condo development. It's really good for us. There's lots of taxation that comes in through it. There's not a lot of new services are required. And yet we have a prohibitive development charge in place that if we waive, the taxpayer picks up the cost of. If we were in a position where we could actually, at our discretion, waive development charges on specific requests coming forward for planning approvals and for permit approvals, the result would be a whole lot more tax revenue hitting the system year after year after year, instead of just that one-time dollar that we're looking for in the DC. Now, that doesn't apply to single family houses that would be getting built in more greenfield developments, but it does in some of those intensification areas for us. And the other thing I just want to hit on is this. We've approved 25,000, or we have right now 25,000 approved units. That's essentially what our goal is to meet over 10 years. In the last year, we've approved 10,000 to 11,000 new units. This isn't an approval process issue. It isn't a permit issue, I believe, although we need to do better at getting these permits moving more quickly. It is a macro economic issue that we are feeling the brunt of as mayors. And it's easy, I think, with the change to the HST and GST on rental and other opportunities are being provided by senior levels of government to say, that's great, that's the answer. I think we need to be very careful as a society, as a province, as a country, of not going down too far that rental is the answer to everything, because home ownership is the way that Canadians have gotten out of the cycle of poverty for many generations. And if we only focus on affordable housing and rental housing, we don't focus on attainable ownership housing, a decade from now, we're going to be in very, very, very serious trouble.
Thank you, Mayor Nuttall. We've got about 16 minutes left, or so, less than that actually, about 12 minutes left. And so I'll finish with this. This is sort of a bit of a crystal ball question, but how do you see the crisis manifesting itself in the short and long term? Much has been announced, but the crisis seems to be persisting, and in the last couple of months seems to have been getting worse. Sort of building more, we're building less at exactly the time we need to be doing the opposite. So just how do you see with this in long term, short term, and what are your prognostications on that? And we'll start with Mayor Carter again.
Oh boy, I wish everybody else went first, to be honest. I think it would help me tremendously. I'll be honest with you. I don't see in the short term a real short term fix. What I do think is that we didn't get here in a heartbeat. We're not going to get out of here in a heartbeat. And I think we have to manage expectations in regards to what all our municipalities are doing, the changes we're making within our control, how we're advocating and lobbying in regards to the provincial federal government, looking at initiatives here locally so that we can be able to address the complexities. But if, again, as I go back to your previous panel that spoke about it, there are things outside of our control that we just don't control. One is steel and cement. The cost of that escalation is unbelievable. The labor shortage and labor costs, land costs that have escalated, the financial model that is there right at this particular time. Many of the developers are looking at, raising the capital to be able to do the projects. And it's multifaceted and very complex now. And that's problematic. Even on our rental markets, and those that are building are finding it difficult in regards to what pension plans or what capital do they need, and how does their portfolio kind of come into line. And that's really complex. So these issues are going to take time to be able to work out. I think municipalities are trying their best in regards to what are the things that we can do locally to be able to make sure that A, when applications come in, are they being dealt with in an efficient way? B is, what kind of incentives do we have locally that we can actually implement so that we can hopefully expedite those projects to be able to meet the demand of our community? I think the other part of it is that we as a group, especially Josh and all of us are a part of the Big City Mayor's Caucus, is educating, informing, and lobbying up in regards to bringing ideas and concepts to the table that really the provincial and federal government can do. But I want to be realistic. When I grew up, you went from your parents' house to a rental. You went to a rental, you saved up some money, and if you were lucky, you bought a townhouse. And from a townhouse, you bought a semi, and from there, you bought a single, and from there, you moved up through the equation. And I think a lot of us are looking at where's the opportunity. Where I see some of the opportunities is more and more people 55 plus selling their homes, going into rentals, or freeing up that particular market and seeing what happens there. But to be absolutely honest, on the short term, I think we've got still a lot of pain to get through before we see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I want to make sure that people understand that as much as we're doing, we still need to do a lot more, but it's not going to happen fast, and we're going to have to manage people's expectations. So, Michael, that's just my opinion.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Carter. And just a little timing note, we got about 1:30 seconds for each of you guys remaining. So we can go to Mayor Chow.
I will be fast. We have reduced 200 days from our zoning approvals. Committee of adjustment is only takes 2 months and then you get it. So it's much faster. We have surveyed all our parking lots and all our surplus land. We're building on them. There's a pent up, a lot of developers wants to build. They're ready to build. And some are really focused on building the most energy efficient way. And right now it's just the financing piece that we need to sort out. It will bounce back. The interest rate is dropping. So I'm hopeful. It might not be immediate. It might take a bit of time. It might take a year or so for the financing to work. But in the meantime, let's look at some transition. Let's look at that the public, in this case, City of Toronto, let us at this time, because we do have some financial means and, we're not going to go bankrupt, we can step in and do some building at the meantime.
Thank you very much, Mayor John. And Mayor Godfrey.
Well, I would say in the short term, I'm focused on actually seeing what more we can do internally at City Hall, so that as the atmosphere in the arena gets a little bit better in the years to come, we're ready to go. So that would be getting the infrastructure ready. That would be still continuing to do. We have a person dedicated in our building department for continuous improvement. Getting all that continuous improvement to keep going on the process internally, getting technology better to make things faster. And so that internal stuff, I think, is ongoing and needs to be ongoing, so that when the climate is better for the developers, whether that's nonprofit or for profit, that our back end is really ready to go. Because I have a feeling there are developers that are still interested. There's still some shovels going in the ground, but I have a feeling as things get better and better, there's going to be a huge surge for a lot of things to get going. So my desire is to get things internally ready, not just for the now, but for those next couple of years coming.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. And Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, so I think good comments so far. I would say there are things we can do in the short term for sure. I do recognize that there are, within the municipal sphere of jurisdiction, we may not have all of the levers at our disposal, but we certainly have the advocacy arm for things that aren't in our jurisdiction, and we're going to be as aggressive as we possibly can on that. In the meantime, while we wait for some conditions to improve on the financing and economic side, we certainly know that we need to put more wastewater and sewer capacity in the ground and take advantage of the funding that all the other levels of government have put forward, so that we not only create permissions at the municipal level, not only do we improve processes, but we actually ensure the infrastructure is being built so that if things accelerate, that we're not waiting on that, while we have the opportunity to create housing and density intensification. We can change the rules and the zoning. We can do all of that. At the same time, you know, there's no time like now to solve challenges like homelessness, open drug use, and mental health and addictions. You know, like we don't have to wait on that. Like we need all levels of government coming together. It doesn't matter how much housing we're going to build if we are not addressing the things that hold back our communities as a whole. You know, we're just wasting our time while we wait for economic conditions to get better. So we should be full board, fully engaged with other levels of government on this issue, trying to build a very structured and coherent strategy that we can all get behind. And I think you'll see mayors echo that and speak loudly on that front. And we've got elections coming up. Like this is not something that we can wait and make election issues. This is something everybody's got to get in front of and start to create solutions to, because I do not think that Canadians, Ontarians, or my city Londoners are going to really care that we have an election at the provincial or federal level and we got to wait for solutions. Like solutions time is now. And I think you'll hear mayors be very action oriented in the next little while about being willing and able partners in all of those solutions, but looking and asking for leadership from the provincial and federal governments.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. And Mayor Nuttall.
Yeah, thank you. I think everything that's just been communicated by my fellow mayors is 100% accurate, especially we can't wait. We got to move now. And a lot of that is relying on provincial and federal governments to come to the table with us on different items. I'm going to take a little bit of different tack to tell you why I think that the future is bright on home building in Barrie. Number one, we're in a bit of a different place than everyone else, where others are looking to invest in infrastructure to get to housing. We have stranded infrastructure waiting for housing to come online, where perhaps there's, you know, landlocked communities. You think about the city of Toronto, they can't just go out and expand. They're locked in all around them. We have infrastructure running down the center of streets that if the provincial government moved a line on a map, would immediately bring a whole bunch of low cost land online to be able to produce housing. And so I think that there's sometimes we think politics is the most difficult way to get through things. And I'm hopeful that with a number of small changes on the provincial level, that we'll see a whole lot of opportunity created in the city of Barrie. Finally, we've used a lot of our funds to bulk up in our building inspectors and our our permissions granting in the planning department to try to speed up the processes here in City Hall. And hopefully when the market returns in a robust way, that will speed things through. So I think the future is bright. It's a question of when. And I think all of us have communicated that we'll be ready when the market returns.
Thank you very much. Now we have about 2 minutes, so I know where Mayor Chow is going to be on this one, but tonight the Leafs and the Habs play the first regular season game. So we're going to see who's loyal. Let's do a quick round robin. Who's going to win? Mayor Carter.
No comment. I've been waiting since 1967, so I hope so.
Perfect. Mayor Chow, I think I know where you're going to go.
Leafs all the way. Go, Leafs, go.
And Mayor Godfrey.
Well, I'm excited for our OHL team, the Guelph Storm. We got a player, Nick Suzuki, up on the Habs. So I kind of go where our Guelph Storm players go. So I'm gonna say the Habs.
There we go. Mayor Morgan.
Listen, you guys can fight over this. I'm going to be looking for our OHL champion London Knights to repeat for a second year. And we made a bunch of improvements to Budweiser Gardens, soon to be called Canada Life Place. So you can come down and check out a game there. All my mayor friends can come down. I'll host you, and we'll see you then.
Perfect. And then finally, Mayor Nuttall, it's down to you.
Well, in Barrie, the people of Barrie are going to win tonight because there's a Leaf game on, and that means our council meeting will likely be shorter than usual. So the people of Barrie win tonight.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mayors. That was amazing. We really appreciate you taking the time. I know you're all very busy and some have council meetings today. And so thank you again very much for coming on. We really appreciate your insights and your perspectives. Thank you. And thank you for your service. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael, and our mayors. That was very interesting, very informative. Lots of good comments in the chat, and obviously lots of good comments from the mayors themselves on what to address. I took a lot of notes, and I think this will be included in the summary. But moving right along, our next speaker is really the reality check on the housing affordability crisis. Marlon Bray has worked 30 years in construction and development industry. He's the executive vice president of Clark Construction Management. And a little insider here, my cousin works with Marlon, Brett Latham. So a shout out to Brett if he's also on this call. Okay, so you know, construction and infrastructure runs in the family for Lathams. But over to you, Marlon, in terms of what you heard and what you're going to be speaking about today.
Well, I've got a slide deck to go through, but I'll pull it up. Basically, it's a reality check, and unfortunately, I'd like to say it's positive, but it's probably not as positive. You maybe should have ended the entire thing with the Leafs question, because that was actually really good. And that might be the highlight of the next 45 minutes. So let me get the slide deck up, and then I'll take it away. Perfect. So we should be sharing now. We should be good to go. So whenever I do presentations, I used to always like doing a theme. So this one was a little odd because I had 8 weeks off before I came back to work. And then this is only my second presentation in about 3 months. And as I used to do 60 plus a year, I'm a little out of practice. But it was funny. I was sat in the basement one day and I was listening to the song, and I kind of figured it sounds like the housing crisis a bit. And it's a song by Leonard Cohen originally, and then the version I was listening to was by Seagreen. And basically, the song goes, everybody knows the dice are loaded. Everybody rolls with the fingers crossed. Everybody knows the war is over. Everyone knows the good guys lost. Everyone knows the fight was fixed. The poor stay poor, the rich stay rich. That's how it goes. Everybody knows. And you'll see as I go through this where this ties in to the fact that I think development and house building is in an uphill battle. As much as there's some positivity, where we are right now and where we need to be are still light years away from each other. So this is me, Marlon, brought to you originally with Altus for the last 13 years, where I had my little Barbie picture to entertain people. More recently, I had to become more professional. I joined Clark Construction Management with Brett, and this is me going forward. However, some things haven't changed. I saw this in New York, it made me laugh. I might be sweet, but I don't sugarcoat things. So fairly honest coming up. So starting at the beginning, reality check. So I think the Brothers Grimm would be struggle with where we are today to actually write a story about the fairy tale that's going on, or nightmare. So this was a cartoon I saw someone post on LinkedIn. It made me laugh. Do all fairy tales begin with once upon a time? No, many of them begin with, if I'm elected, I promise. And that's kind of where we are right now. There's been a whole lot of promise and just not enough action and not enough coordination, I would say, between 3 levels of government where everyone's trying to do the right thing, but not necessarily in a coordinated manner. So how are we progressing? Well, unfortunately, like the little ball, we're sinking fast, and we're actually losing the war on housing affordability. The crisis is actually getting a lot worse, not better. And that's with everyone going all in over the past couple of years. So I gave it a grade D- because it tied in with dire. And it's not just me that's been saying it's awful. Like, it's not just my opinion. If you look around in the articles over the last month or so, I pulled 4 examples out. High interest rates result in 30,000 fewer homes. That was what CMHC came out with, I think, last week. GTA now has the widest gap in over 50 years amid soaring population growth. That was the Build report that came out recently. And then Toronto area new home sales hit historic lows. I've got some numbers on this. Basically, there are no sales. And then rental starts slashed in half because of high costs of financing cut into profitability. That's not the only thing. So pretty much we've just hit all housing types, and articles in the last 2 months are just utterly negative. And then the thing that I saw the other day that was kind of good is Build released the benchmarking study that my friends at Altus, where I used to work, did. And I thought the key findings were actually a good executive summary as we roll into this. And their key findings, one was housing affordability has worsened since they did the first study in 2020. Well, considering we've known how long we've known we've had a housing crisis, it's not a good sign. New home building's not keeping up with population growth. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. And again, this is 2024 versus 2020 and 2022. Application submissions are dropping, threatening future housing supply. I have that slide later on. It's absolutely shocking where the housing supplies and how's the drop. That might explain why everyone's happily saying they're getting faster. There just aren't any to review. Timelines got better, but massively excessively high in Ontario compared to other places. The cost of that delay is hefty, and it goes into the unit price. And then municipal fees, which I know DCs were part of the last topic. I'll touch on it later. Basically, low rises up about $42,000 in the last couple of years, and high rises up $32,000. And when you take into account this is a housing crisis, it just seems patently ludicrous. So the best way to summary where we are right now, we're in reverse gear, and the lemmings are lining up on the cliff. And if we don't do something fast, everyone might as well just toss themselves off. So math, I'm a math guy, rarely lies. So I'm going to go through this in a mathematical way. Cranes, everyone loves this survey, the crane survey. Well, we're down 22% in the GTA since January alone. And if you assume each crane in the article, this was pulled from, I think, a developer had noted that's about 50 people per crane. So if we're down 22%, that's a hell of a lot of workers that no longer have a job. So we have skilled workers sat at home or heading elsewhere because we aren't able to start enough homes to keep them going. Condo sales, basically beyond terrible. 81% below the 10-year average. I think it's the worst I've ever seen. If you combine with low rise, it's more than 70 years. And in essence, we're bellying out. And the challenge you've got is we've had 1, 2, 3 years of slow supply, slow sales, which is going to massively impact the starts. One of the slides I'd done at a previous rental presentation, I think John Love had thrown it on LinkedIn. That's coming up in a minute. That explains how this cliff is coming. Then you start to look at pre-construction condos. Sales are dead. So what's good impacts that's going to have with starts? So this is just the stuff that's actually been released to the market. And the challenge is not only are the number of units that have been released to the market dropped from back in 2017 from 40,000 down to 30,000, the percentage sold of those now sits at less than half. The challenge is you need around 70% sales to start a project. So there's a lot of projects that are basically sat in limbo with these 20, 30, 40% of sales that just can't proceed. The other challenge we have is the market going to come strong? Yeah, eventually, but there's going to be a pause period. This inventory needs to clear out significantly before we can do new launches. So we are not talking, even if interest rates drop tomorrow, this recovery happening today, tomorrow, we're talking a year and a half out. As interest rates drop, generally the increase in housing starts or sales is going to be around 10% as soon as they start to drop from where we are now. It could be another year or two before we see a significant increase in those sales. Where this impacts is 27, 28, 29, which I'll show in a moment, which is where the wheels really start to come off. This was the slide that had been reposted. It'd been used in an article with stories that I do articles for. And what this chart shows is basically the dotted black line is sales. And then the red line is starts, and this is condo only. I took rental out because it doesn't have the same linear relation. And it used to be if you went back in time, the good old days, you sold a condo, you spent 12 months, you basically finished off your approvals, you got some deposits in so you could use deposit insurance, and you started building. Then we kind of followed the trend, but it fell off very, very slightly. And the reason it fell off is during this period, about 25 to 30,000 condos were cancelled, which caused a disruption. However, one thing that is certain is sales have dropped off a cliff. Starts in CMHC have barely moved. So over the next year or two, it's just going to literally dive. So whereas CMHC is showing starts here around 25,000, that's likely to be less than 10. And the reason CMHC starts are starting to drop is, I usually explain it's like looking at the stars. CMHC measures something that's happened in the past. So the way they look at starts is the first construction of foundations. If you're building a high-rise apartment, you have to dig a big hole, then you build the foundations. That can take half a year itself, and that's not reflected in this. So the big drop's yet to come. Rental starts, I mentioned earlier that an extract from that article where they dropped off by 50%. In the Toronto CMA, it's down around 30%. And this is with us going all in on rental. I mean, in essence, the government at the federal level in particular has had this real fetish with helping the middle class out, more so than affordable and homelessness, we'll talk about in a moment. And that fetish led to them to basically go with a lot of the recommendations the rental industry had. The challenge we have is that GST rebate got eaten up with DC increases and other tax increases, such as property tax on the operating side. So the whole market went from looking great to not looking so good again, because in one hand, the money was giveth, in the other hand, it was taken away. Rents have begun to stabilize because of the number of completions we have right now, which is a good thing, which again shows supply helps. I'll touch on that later. And that's when you start to go even at a provincial level. Dark is starts, gray is completions. You start to see completions have been spiking. That's based on all the starts we've had in the past. Starts looked like they peaked, but this is actually a year out of date. And that's where it's dropped off. We've kind of hit this peak. And I know earlier on this year, the province was going around handing out cash to municipalities for the great work they've done. But the way it's measured is a little iffy. And then even Toronto apartment starts have been looking great since 2019, basically upward trajectory. It's dropping and it's going to drop even further. Most of the cranes that are vanishing right now, they're coming out of the GTA, they're coming out of Toronto. Then when we start to look at some other stats, and I know this is number heavy, but I did mention I'm a math guy. The number of units under construction is dropping quick. So if you look from 2016, basically the number of units under construction in the GTA was around 60,000 units. We managed to steadily increase that to a peak point of 2022 of about 122,000 units. We're now in this steady decline where, if anything, I'm being overly optimistic on this. This is rental and condo, but the number of units under construction is going to drop rapidly. We're going to see these 20-30% drop in the number of units under construction. The challenge we also have is the population spiked here. So everything's happening at the wrong time. And this drop could be even greater. And we're going to lose workers. We're going to have trades that don't have enough work. We're going to have problems where if this skilled labor leaves, the red alarm that was going off before about labor is just going to get worse and worse and worse as people bleed off to places like Alberta or down to the US. This was a chart I pulled from. It was recently issued by CMHC, and you're looking at housing starts per 10,000 population, and it's just looking at select CMAs for the first half of the year. And the thing that's fairly obvious where we have a challenge is Toronto has the largest number of people coming to it, but the housing starts per 10,000 lags behind Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver. That math doesn't make sense at all. And as the market starts to come back and interest rates drop, the unaffordability in Toronto is likely to start getting higher in that supply is going in the wrong direction. Vancouver was never hit as hard with the interest rate impact that we had. The market sort of flatlined a little low and came back. And then Calgary's gangbusters right now, because A, oil and gas is doing better, but B, great place to live, somewhat more affordable. The same would apply to Edmonton, including high-tech jobs. It's not just all oil and gas. Whereas Toronto's kind of not really done a whole lot of anything about anything. And we sort of sat bobbling around getting worse. This is on the urban, and again, a lot of charts, but generally when you have starts, and this they measure it different than CMHC, when you have starts on a 45-degree angle down, that's not a good sign. And when completions are going up on a 45-degree angle, that could be a good sign in that that means supply is coming to the market, which is what will temper house prices as long with, obviously, interest rates where that. And on the rental side, it'll do. But eventually, these completions drop off and these starts, if these are low, that means now we have nothing in the market. So then what happens when we have nothing in the market is it all starts to go a little pear-shaped. So in essence, right now, we're in a world where we've got plenty of apartments. Completions, these are just guesstimates. This one's actual, and then they're a bit guesstimates. 2023, about 34,000 units in the GTA. I should be clear, this is GTA, and I'll apologize, it's fairly GTA-centric. The other cities aren't doing quite as bad as Toronto and the rest of the GTA, but it's very GTA-centric, 34,000. As we move to this year, 35,000, next year, 35,000, then it drops off by half. And then by 2027, it drops down to about 9,000 completions. As starts are likely to be terrible as we move through here, this might not pick up that much. So what's going to happen right now is we're in a market where I wouldn't say it's balanced because interest rates is influencing it, but the large number of units coming to completion is tempered that rental increases that we're seeing. as you move forward to 2027, there's nothing there to temper those rental increases anymore. There's nothing there to temper the house prices anymore. So we're going to be in a world where interest rates start to drop rapidly, and the supply of homes in the GTA in particular is going to be even more out of whack as population carries on growing. And that's where you really start to see this crisis could become a disaster very, very quickly. And the challenge we have is, and it might be a challenge in general, is people tend to live in goldfish moments these days. Everything's social media, everything's short spans. No one's really thinking about 26, 27. Everyone's thinking about 2024. And then even on the mayors earlier, they're talking about provincial election next year. And then I think one of the mayors rightly said, we shouldn't be waiting for that. That's the problem. We're so obsessed with elections and looking in very small cycles. Housing works in decades, not in years, not in 2-3 year cycles. It works in decades, and nobody is dealing with the fact we need to think in decades, not in short-term spans. This one was the one that shocked me. So this is applications, so planning applications. And this is only the municipalities they studied, which is listed down here, which again, I think it's somewhat centric GTA-ish. But applications in 2021 of all types, site plan, zoning, OPA, condo, subdivision, whatnot, 2,482. By 2023, that's 1,200. So that means the projects that are coming forward, and again, you got to think in longer terms. ZBA to building could be 6 years. So as these drop, where this impact's going to be, such as site plan could be 2 years' time, the impact starts to get felt. ZBA could be 4 or 5 years easy. Well, now we're going to have half the applications for new homes. So not only are we selling less, building less, the number of people applying to even potentially build in the future is dropping significantly. And to make it interesting, 2023 to 2024, it's still dropping. It hasn't changed. This is really bad news as you look forward, because it starts to show the math looking extremely iffy in the midterm and the long term. And then one of the things, because I'm obsessed with how many units under construction, and people often say, well, why does it matter? Well, why it matters is the number of units under construction actually in Toronto drives the construction price, and it does to a degree as you actually move down into Southwest Ontario as well. It's more of an Ontario thing. If you start looking at Montreal and stuff, it's not quite as close. And the reason it matches more so in Ontario is because we ran so close to the wire for so long. Under construction has a much more disproportionate impact on cost than regular stuff. One of the mayors mentioned price of concrete, price of rebar. At the moment, that's irrelevant. Barely moves the needle on a project because the numbers aren't bad. So what's happened is under construction's the gray. So as under construction goes up and down and changes in terms of percentage each year, this is the escalation over that same period. In essence, almost follows. So we're actually in a period where construction costs are low. And if you start to look at escalation, I don't just mean low on apartments, I mean really low. So if you look over the period of time, the next 3 years, in essence, costs are down on average around 10%. There's examples of 15%. This could be the most opportune time to build that we've seen in the last 10 years and maybe in the next 10 years. So we have starts slowing down when construction costs are, now they are high, but compared to where we have been and the uncertainty we've had, we're actually in a sweet spot to start building, and starts are dropping rapidly and pro formas don't make sense. Now, I've been going around, that's where my rental presentation I mentioned earlier, trying to get more people to get in the ground. The challenge is the pro formas don't look good. But if they don't look good now, when we have a slew off, wait till it starts speeding up. So 2026, I've kind of got 6%. That might be aggressive in terms of escalation. It might be a bit lower that and most of the end of the year. Where the concern comes in, and it might not be 27, might be 28, 27, 28, 29, at some point in those years, we're going to have at least 10% escalation in 1 year. It could be as high as 20%. And then you might say, well, it's friggin' nuts. No, not when you look at that. Infrastructure spend and ICI spend are going to peak in 27, 28 in this province at record highs at the moment residential starts coming back. So we could have this all stars align for a dire situation where we've shed labor over 2 years. Now we try to rapidly accelerate construction across the entire province, and there's just nobody left to do it. And then obviously that'll have an impact on materials, and then that impacts the trades too. Their biggest variables, overhead and profit. Labor doesn't change so much. It's union. Most labor's unionized or tends to be unionized. They increase a couple percentage points a year. Materials tends to be linked to commodities. So the biggest thing that shifts is that sentiment, that overhead, that ability to work almost what they're doing now, which is almost at a loss or at basically flat cash flow just to keep the lights on the companies. So construction costs are pretty good. Where's the bigger problem? Well, taxes. Beyond asinine, so along came CARN. Now, CARN actually isn't just CARN. It's Coalition Against New Home Taxes, and Matthew Young is looking after that, and he has a group of developers that are trying to highlight how hard it is to get anything done because of taxes. So this is an example of a condo, and this was included in a memo they wrote. So these aren't my numbers, but Altus actually was involved in this, not me. And if you start to look at government costs on a condo, so say this is an average downtown Toronto condo, again, I apologize for being Toronto-centric. Downtown Toronto condo, say it's $800,000 project cost, $240,000 of that are government charges and taxes. Now, if the poor new homeowner, or say first-time home buyer's got a dog, looking to get married, moves into this house, then takes that $240,000 and sticks it in a mortgage over the next 25 years, they end up paying $400,000 of that house price for government charges. That defies any form of logic on any sort of planet, anywhere, that you would actually tax housing as a sin. So the way you look at taxation is, if you go to buy alcohol, it's considered bad for you. So it's taxed extremely highly. If you go to buy gas, apparently that's really bad as well. So they tax that really highly. They tax tobacco really highly. Well, they tax houses even worse. Why would you think a house is bad for somebody? It makes no sense. The entire tax system is broken. I'll talk about DCs in a second, but the tax system makes no sense. You're literally punishing new home buyers. Everyone keeps going on about investors. That's because they're the only ones that can actually buy a house anymore. They're the only ones that can buy into the market. And if you didn't have investors, we'd have no bloody homes and there'd be 100,000 tents in front of Queen's Park. Well, they wouldn't fit, but you'd get a couple there anyway. The other thing that's really interesting from this is, I wrote an article on this the other day, construction costs. They're not even half of the cost of a unit. How can the cost of physically building the actual building be less than 50% of the cost of a house? And this isn't much different on the low-rise side either. It's absolutely ludicrous that the bit you live in, the actual physical stuff you touch and the stuff people are interested in, costs less than 50%. The rest goes to the government and then land. And then obviously there's a little bit of soft cost. Someone has to pay the architect to design the ugly building, but that we won't get into that side of things. But this is where it gets really interesting. So this is me just playing on Google. So if I take that $240,000 in Toronto I paid for a condo, I could pop down to Houston and buy myself a nice little 4-bedroom house with a lot. Wait a minute, how the hell does that cost less than the tax? I got to build it, I got to buy the land. Well, it's interesting because in Texas, that same tax is about 2 to 3%. I wonder what the difference is, and the approval time is probably a quarter, if not less, than Toronto. I could go to Michigan, buy a brand new home in Monroe, $205,000, 2-bedroom, 1,600 square foot, right in there, brand new. Or if we're going to start getting fancy, I can go to Okinawa, buy myself a nice little 2-story house. Now, it is only 1,100 square foot, which, you know, it's not a mansion. Hey, that's only $250,000 as well. So apparently the only place housing stupid is mainly in Ontario, well, some other areas too. And then you kind of look at it and you go, everyone's been saying the word crisis, 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 and they get very excited about it. So this was municipal fees in Toronto 2023, municipal fees in Toronto 2024, added $11,000 a unit to rental, which I thought everyone had decided we have to live in rental homes right now because you're not allowed to own a home unless you're an NIMBY. And then they added $20,000 in DCs to condos. What the hell does that make sense? The other thing is, where does DC money go? Oh, no, that's me in a minute. I got another slide in a minute. Well, I'm going to do this first. DC money, where's it go? It goes to reserves. So all of that cash they bring in, they basically brought in 2019, this is the whole of Ontario, $2.5 billion. 2022, the last time they did a full report, $4.5 billion. Well, the reserves went up at a faster pace. They have $10.5 billion sat in a bank account. The best way to understand this is, if you ever watched the cartoon Scrooge McDuck, he had his castle and he had all those coins in a swimming pool and he swam in his money. That's what the city of Toronto looks like in the basement. They just swim around in the money and none of this is being used. It's literally sat getting interest. So I'd like to know, if we had $10.5 billion for infrastructure and we could use it, wouldn't that be better being spent now than sat in someone's bank account? Why has this happened? 10-year plans are done. It's a little dice game or a shell game. Oh, let's put some money in for this, money in for that. Oh, half those projects got cancelled. That one's delayed. This is delayed. I'll move this one here. Then all of a sudden the money just starts building up. So I'm not saying DCs aren't needed or the money's not needed. I'm saying the methodology is utterly wrong. And then the other wing on fees is, it's not just the city of Toronto that's at it. Bloody Vaughan's even worse. They're all at it. They're all terrible. The only one on here that's actually reasonable is Milton, and I'd actually argue $55,000 sounds like a hell of a lot of money on a high rise too. So they're all doing it. So they're all doing it because they have no choice because the tax system is broken. And where's all the tax go? The feds keep it. And the other challenge we have is 2023, so this isn't fully compiled yet, but City of Toronto, opening balance, 2.587 billion, closing balance, 2.8 billion. The bloody reserve is still going up. Houses is slowing down and they're still not able to spend the money. And this is before we look at the over $1 billion in parkland cash in lieu that's still not spent as well. It's just all piling up. Then approval times. It was mentioned earlier, things are getting faster. Yeah, it's still ludicrous. Go to Texas, try to get something approved. Get off the plane, the mayor hugs you and says, start building, give me the drawings after. It's not quite that quick, but it's not far off that. Alberta's not much different as well. People just literally laugh at us. I deal with American developers. They come into town and they think we're absolutely insane. Now, what does that delay cost? Well, in Toronto, that delay every month, again, this is Altus and Build, adds $5,500 a month to the cost of a unit. So basically you get delayed a year, let's increase the unit price $60,000. No wonder no one can build anything. The bloody cost is so high, you can't sell it for enough. Everyone's, oh, condo prices are too high. No, they need to go up by $100 a square foot so anyone could build them. And that's the challenge we're facing. The system's broken. And then, you know, you think you're done with taxes and then they come and invent some new ones. So what system comes up with cash in lieu of parking? This is Mississauga's new tax. And then what's best is where I saw this is Indwell. I don't know if anyone knows Indwell. Indwell's a supportive housing provider. And usually people in supportive housing don't really have a slew of cars hanging around. Most of them don't have Ferraris and Porsches. They tend to not have that stuff. You look at this, and now all of a sudden, Indwell is being told they have to pay $246,000 for 24 spaces they're not going to build because they don't need them because it's supportive housing. We're in a housing and climate crisis. Has anyone noticed this yet? Like, is everyone in Mississauga living on a bloody island? Like, you're going to take money, put it in a pot to build future parking. We're supposed to be moving away from parking, not collecting more tax on parking to drive people crazy. And then the favorite everyone obviously saw was rain tax. I managed to find a picture with someone's head exploding into a cloud of that one. Apparently our stormwater system doesn't work properly and it's all our fault because it rains. I mean, who knew it started raining in Ontario? And then last week, yet another one, construction congestion management levy. Because apparently contractors like me are going too slow. Oh yeah, we wake up in the morning and go, how slow can I make this project go? Get out of the freaking way. We want to build the thing, not sit there and pay you lot a bunch of bloody money to rent sidewalks. Like, this is just absolutely ludicrous. Then we had the other one, was it? Short-term rentals. Well, CMHC did the math, so I'm going to go with their right. Basically, short-term rentals doesn't move the freaking needle at all. So you basically messed up the hospitality industry in Vancouver, all because of the sharing houses. The total volume of houses, it's minuscule. It's less than 0.5% difference. This isn't going to touch the sides. Again, politics. It's all we play. On math, what else is worse? Well, this is population growth, so basically by province and then the population growth. And you kind of get the gist that population growth is still high. 2024 year to date, still 1/4, so we're still going to be up at 1 million people. And then the red line's housing starts. I don't know if you've noticed what housing starts is. That's flat. Population growth, taking off into space. Where has this become a problem? It's actually not going to be year 1. Year 2, 3, that's when we're going to see this problem on this population spike. So as housing starts go down, the population spike's going to start hitting housing as people move through the system, and all hell's going to break loose. We had a cunning plan, though. The federal, and I apologize, this is very texty, but the federal government immigration minister Calandra said, don't worry, we're going to reduce non-permanent residents to 5% by 2027. By June, it'd risen to 3 million at 7.3% and is going in the wrong direction. In essence, we got to figure out a way of kicking 1 million people out of the country by 2027. And people are mad at Trump's mass frigging let's throw everybody out. We're about to do the same thing if you listen to the immigration minister. It's insane. We actually need to reduce the number of people coming into these programs, the Bank of Canada estimates 70, 80% a year for 3 years, just to balance this off while we get rid of the 1 million people. The other challenge we have is these NPRs aren't just NPRs, they're actual real people. And 27% of NPRs in Quebec and 14% in Ontario are actually asylum seekers. I'm not thinking to solve the housing problem, throwing out people who are asylum seekers is necessarily the best way to go. So the cunning plan for population control is tossing people out of the country, which again, kind of seems like an odd thing for a country like ours to do. When will the madness end? Well, people have heard this joke before. I like the option of sending the City of Toronto councillors all to Mars. They can be the first population on Elon Musk's rocket. I suspect that would speed up the construction of housing no end. I believe Richard Lyall gave Brad Bradford a special exemption ticket. He can stay, but everyone else can go. And I'll apologise to the other cities at this point. I probably should mention, look, there are cities doing really, really well in the housing crisis, such as London, Kitchener, Waterloo. That whole corridor is doing much better. The City of Toronto, places like Mississauga, they are the poster child for disaster. And then option 2, try and let the province take control. It kind of seems like a good idea, but they're a little wingnut recently too. So how do we struggle the crisis? This is that famous Greek fellow that had to push a rock up a hill and then it fell down again. That's called being a developer these days. And get anything meaningfully done, because nothing actually meaningful's happened so far. Why? So I got 15 minutes left. Let me say, okay, so why do governments struggle? Well, it's a math problem, believe it or not. Politics is math. 66% of people own a home. That's 26 million people. 34% of people are mortgage-free. 11% have a second home. 63% of people vote in the federal election, 43% in a provincial election, 38% in a mayoral election. To win an election, you actually need the world's tiniest group of people to push you over the line. At the federal level, you only need 22%, provincial 18%, 14% of the eligible votes. So you don't need a big group of people to get you over the line and get elected. And then if you look at voter distribution in a mathematic way, 45 years and plus, that's 73 to 79% voter turnout. So they turn up a lot. First-time voters, about half the time. Of those two cohorts, first-time homeowner or mortgage-free and a second home is going to be the older type that votes. Give you a clue. It's the person that owns a home. The other thing, I'll go through this quickly, is traditionally turnout is much less in low-income individuals. Kind of explains why no one gives a crap about affordable housing in the recent history. They don't vote. Obsessiveness on the middle-class housing and the fetish they have, well, it seems to be a vote-buying exercise and a house-fixing exercise. Affordable housing is always focused on a couple of projects. Oh, we finished 50 units. Look at that. It's amazing. They get fanfare, and the middle class feels happy. They've paid for these poor people. They don't want to live next to them, and all's good. Politician moves on, gets re-elected. But what it's done is it's created this cycle of rewarding behavior that doesn't solve issues. You get so much political goodwill with a small win. There's actually no incentive to change. Why would you? You'd be nuts. And if the large part of the voting base is a homeowner, why would politicians risk hurting their voting base, which loves the bad behavior of NIMBYs and homeowners? To prove a point, am I lunatic? No, proof in the pudding. Trudeau came out and said the quiet bit out loud. Trudeau said housing needs to retain its value. Trudeau says real estate needs to be more affordable. Lowering home prices would put retirement at risk. Oh, you mean all those old people, old homes are the people you're looking after? He said it. No interest in lowering house prices because he'll get voted out. NIMBY. That's Latin for NIMBY. You can Google it if you want. It doesn't actually say NIMBY. It says something else. Average age of a NIMBY in a US study was 61. Tend to own a home and approaching retirement. Likely to vote in elections, very high. They got nothing else to do. Importance to a politician, very high, especially councils and MPPs. Where do we tend to get NIMBY problems from? Oh, it's councillors and MPPs. We're a big shot. MPs don't get impacted the same. Greatest example in Toronto, the NIMBY, the ultimate example, the Bloor-Danforth line, in particular Danforth. There's a subway. Where are the buildings? Makes no sense. Why? You're basically in NIMBY heaven. This is it, utopia. When a NIMBY dies in another city, they get reborn again in Danforth. It's where they all go in the happy little world. Smart density. So Naima's on in a bit, but her company, I think they did it with someone else, so I apologize I missed them. They looked at the density with proper planning you could get in Toronto, and they said we can accommodate 7.6 million new homes and 12 million new residents near transit without compromising quality of life. So why the hell are we not building 7.6 million homes, and why are you only building 50, 60,000 a year? I'll give you a clue. We didn't send them to Mars yet. And then the other day, I won't say the name, certain politician came out, everyone's living in shoeboxes. So apartments are now shoeboxes? Politicians are the ones that said no sprawl, don't touch the greenbelt. In fact, when someone touched the greenbelt, they actually had a meltdown and all had heart attacks, and then put all these urban boundaries in place. The other thing is, Canadian homes on average are actually a lot bigger than a lot of other countries. So what shoebox? A, if you think it's a shoebox, you created it. And B, I think that's kind of a rude thing to say, especially if you start to go around cities like Paris and whatnot and see how the most of Europe actually lives. Maybe the self-entitled masses that live in beautiful little single detached homes in Toronto should stop having to go at everyone else that lives in an apartment. So why do we have these small units? Easy. Province did it. 2004, places to grow. Came in, and this was the percentage of high-rise units, 23%. Places to grow impact 20 years later. Now we're at 70% apartments. Why? Because we have no choice. That's what you have to build, because the province has put in place an act, the municipalities have reacted to the act, and everyone has to live in a tower whether they like it or not. You're not allowed to own a home because this lot voted 20 years ago to say you couldn't have one. It's a natural reaction. So I kind of stole this idea. I was listening to a Mike Moffat podcast, so there's my numbers a little bit, but I kind of stole his idea because I like the way he did it. I had this actually done last week, and it wasn't as good as his, so I kind of stole it a little bit. House prices, last 20 years, they've increased 4 to 5 times. In fact, 20 years ago, when you bought a house, that was the same price as a down payment today. And in fact, my first house was less than how much tax you'd pay on a condo unit. And that was in 2002. Inflation should be 2 times. Land price up 10 to 11. So house prices went up 4 to 5. Land price went up 10 to 11. Wait a minute. Why did that happen? Oh, that's it. Because he put all these land restrictions in place and meant you can't sprawl. Let's copy London, the UK, and then forget there's a lake to the south of us and hope it all goes okay. Well, it hasn't gone okay because we're trying to shove all this house in the GTA. They need to move out of the GTA if they won't start moving urban boundaries and stuff. Development charges in Toronto, I'm going to use Toronto because they're the poster child of bad, 30 times. So my house price went up 4 to 5 times, and I pay the city 30 times the price it was 20 years ago in development charges. And I think it wasn't there a councillor do a speech the other day? Development charges have no impact on housing prices. Hey, guess what? 100 grand is cheap these days if you're a councillor. I must be in the wrong business. I'm just not making enough money because to me, 100 grand sounds like a hell of a lot of money. HST, I suppose it's relatively new. I think it was 1991, but the rebates never got updated. So we're basically getting screwed over on house prices from over 20 years ago. And it can be 100, 200 grand a year. Why? Well, mainly because the feds and province use it, take it, give a little bit back to infrastructure and keep the best for really stupid things they like to do. DC should be removed. There's more than enough money from HST. It's time the federal government got its act in order and started doing the budget properly and giving us the money back that housing and the building industry has been giving them now for decades that they've blown on stupid pet projects. Give it back to the municipalities. Construction costs are only 2 to 3 times. Everyone keeps saying construction costs are the problem. They're the problem because people understand them. It's not the biggest challenge in home building. Red tape, basically, I think Canada could be the postal guide for the greatest country in terms of generating red tape on the planet. Endless form submissions takes forever. That's mainly because the planners have Hot Tub Tuesdays where they don't work anymore. Land prices keeps ticking up. And the rules keep changing. We go 1 step forward, 1 step back, spin around. I mean, the province basically changes its mind on a daily basis, then realizes it's effed everything up, changes it all, then comes back and changes it again, and then changes it. And then everyone goes, I don't know what's going on anymore. I quit. Costs can't come down until A, the province gets its action order, which I should have added here, and councillors stop killing housing. If you're a developer, you're leaping off a cliff. Who's done great at the current system? The NIMBY. Great, they're going to get richer. Thank you, councillors in Toronto, by blocking all the homes, doing all these DCs. You've made your best friends, your voters, a lot wealthier. And the number of tents will increase. I suspect the people in tents aren't as happy. Bad news. You can just bugger off to Alberta. Why the hell is anyone staying in Toronto anyway? Alberta will give you $5,000 for a crane operator to go live there. The house is cheaper. The people seem very, very friendly. Well, I think the politics are still lunatics, but I don't know. It looks pretty. Or again, you could go Texas. Brand new detached home a builder's doing there. You're in development. Go work for this builder. He might give you a home for $300,000. And then, well, wherever the clown show, we got less housing and we've got more stupidity, and Ontario's kind of on fire. I mean, we got a bloody spa nobody wants. We got this stupid tunnel, which is going to cost, God knows, $100 billion and never be finished in anyone's lifetime. We got Eglinton LRT that might open this century. I mean, Eglinton LRT is great. You mess the whole thing up, you get a freaking new contract and a pay raise. I'm in the wrong business again. We got a bucket beer. That's great because now when you're in your tent, at least you can buy cheap alcohol. But I thought we're trying to get away from that. And then we've got whatever Ferris wheel thing you was on. I'm going to speed up a little bit. So next bit, public versus private. Heard a lot about public builders. Mark Richardson lent me this. I'll let you read it. It kind of makes me. But basically, can we build it? Well, we can probably start in 5 years in Toronto. You can read why. City building. Well, if they can't do it, what chance do we have? Housing now, 22 sites, 20,000 units, started 6 years ago, managed to get 10 sites approved. One under construction, only has 209 affordable housing units. It'll be finished year 8, year 9. So in 9 years, they built 209 units, were saved. Modular housing initiative phase 2. This one's, I actually like the ideas. This is an urgent response to COVID for homeless people. This started 4 years ago. Urgent response to COVID. They knocked out the first 100 units in 8 and 9 months. Great. They just finished one after 3 years. So last year, one's still not done and one has not even bloody started yet. And these are the people that are going to save us. First selected city land development, purchased land in 2019, 2023, kind of figured out what they want to do with it, finally submitted plans for it 5 years later. We're getting 42 units. The feds are giving them the money for it, which is great. City's going to contribute by waiving $80,000 worth of taxes. Thank you for helping somebody out at last. To build houses for all 10,000 people, we need $5 billion. That doesn't include the medical care we're going to need. That doesn't include the running costs of the buildings, which is probably double this. Perhaps the feds and the province could get their heads out of their asses and start dealing with homelessness, because it cannot be the municipal requirement to deal with this. It makes no sense. Last year, I went across Canada a couple of times. This is bad in every city. This is not just a City of Toronto thing. We have a national crisis around this. I mean, BC's way of fixing it by giving them all fentanyl and hoping they die probably wasn't the best approach, but we need another way to do it. Social Indigenous housing. I call it the forgotten. I grew up in social housing. This one pisses me off. 14, 15-year waiting list in Toronto, 6-year in Montreal. Since we went all in, the number of unit social people on the waiting list for social housing has gone 75 to 86,000. It's gone up. We need about 100 to 125 billion to fix the social housing crisis in Canada. Then look at Indigenous people. 17.1% live in overcrowded housing, which is double the national average for everyone else. 16.4% live in a house that's falling down. First Nations estimate that costs $44 billion. The UN actually says that they live in abhorrent housing conditions. So the UN came into Canada and said, you guys are all shits and this is the way you treat people. And we've done nothing about it. Indigenous Services Canada, Canadian Housing Corporation have been told to fix the problem. Yeah, they don't have proper funding. If anyone's ever read Section 95, it's a farce. And this is why we're going to have no homes and they won't hit any of the targets. It's absolutely disgusting what's happened on homeless, social, and Indigenous housing. Financialization of housing. Complete BS. Survey done by Simply DBS. Only 10% of all renters believe that financialization of housing has anything to do with rents. Left-wing lunacy. Are you being evicted? Less than 1% of all renters are being evicted. Another stupid story that's been made up for nothing. Interference and mission creep. Don't worry, I'm nearly done. 62% of people in renting actually said, I'd like to have less amenity, but a slightly larger suite. Well, why can't we build a larger suite? Because we're building Lego rooms and VR rooms, because we have to build amenity for the sake of it, because someone came up with 2 meters squared per unit with no logic behind it. And if you're building 1,500 units, you're basically building a community center. And then next door, there's another building with a gym in it. And next door to that is another building with a gym in it. Like, in essence, this makes no sense. It's not being looked at a community level. Build community centers. That's where I used to go. Like, it makes no sense. There's no logic. Then we got green standards. Okay, so everyone knows there's a climate problem. Why is every municipality solving the problem on their own? Literally everywhere you go, everyone's having a go at this bloody thing. God knows how many people work in this industry, but way too many cooks. Province, set the climate standards. We're all in the same bloody climate. Get everything away from the municipalities. They go crazy when they're left alone. So solutions governments have come to housing. This is my summary tongue-in-cheek. Taxing everyone as much as possible, taxing them some more with some inventive out-of-the-box taxes. Blame foreigners, blame foreign investors, blame non-permanent immigrants, blame financialized housing, aka the ones that actually get maintained that have bed bugs. Blame developers, their friends, their family, their neighbors, anyone they've ever met. Deny everything. Love NIMBYs, pretend you don't, then block everything, do lots of announcement, lots of cash, don't have any accountability, no small results. Task force, just keep adding them. Talk about climate change and do nothing. See one above, just tax everybody. Talk about bathtubs and who's in them. Shove head in sand in your la la la. Tell people end users don't pay development charges. C15, shove head in sand in your la 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 la. Rinse, tax, repeat. That's basically the cycle we're going through over and over and over again. So why is housing expensive? Largely politics, side of low wages, combined with a large dash of lunacy. And common working theory amongst councillors is that, you know, every developer has one of these in the corner. I definitely don't want one. If anyone ever finds this money tree that exists for housing, please let me know where they hid it. It'd be really useful to find. Marketing thing, I work for Clark Construction Management. We do a lot of buildings and stuff, and I'm no longer a cost consultant. And that should be the end, bang on time.
Wow. Thank you, Marlon. You started it off saying you weren't going to sugarcoat things, and I think you've succeeded. So thank you very much for that. A couple of the comments came in that why didn't you do this presentation before the mayor's panel? Because I think they may have spent their entire time answering some of your points of view. So we don't have a lot of time for questions because you ended
That's
right
okay.
on
You can
time.
send them after and I'll answer them via
Yeah,
email.
there's a ton of questions in there, so I'm sure RESCON will pull those together and send them to you. And everybody who wants to talk to Marlon, I think it's a great idea that we put this video and his presentation on YouTube on the RESCON channel, so people can enjoy it later. A lot of very interesting points, and I'm sure you will get lots of feedback one way or the other on what you said. So thank you very much, Marlon. Okay,
Thanks very much, Todd.
appreciate
It's
that.
very nice to meet you. You guys have fun for the rest of the day. I'm off to do an interview to try and win a project next.
Okay, good. All right, well done,
Cheers,
Clark.
bye.
Well done, Marlon. Without further ado, and sorry we had no time for questions. Obviously, Marlon had a lot to say, and that will be captured in our post-event summary. So I'm going to turn things over right now to David Amborski, who's going to moderate the next panel on housing development and urban planning. You've got a pretty big act to follow there, David. So over to you.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm on. I'm trying to see here. Sorry. There. Okay. Can you hear me and see me? Is everything good?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay. So we have a panel discussion looking at the administration issues related to basically the approvals process. And we have a panel that's already been, I think, introduced by some of the previous materials we've had, so I'm going to move right into it so I can move along. We have the City of Toronto represented, and we have Nama Blonder coming in to talk about these issues. But I just want to set the stage a little bit before they talk about some of the specifics, and pointing out that the approvals process isn't a new issue at all. It's an issue that's been around for a long time. In the 1970s, there was an issue. It was addressed in the 70s by the Greenspan report, or the Provincial Housing Task Force back then, Provincial Federal Housing Task Force and Supply. And it was addressed in a number of ways over the years. We talk about the approvals process, we're talking about all facets of it. Typically in greenfields, we're talking about subdivision, but you're also talking about official plan amendments, zoning amendments, as being sometimes required for infill housing. Then you have to talk about condominium approvals, the premier subdivision in the cities. And now we have talked about site plan control and ultimately building permits. There's a whole spectrum of approvals that come into play that have to be looked at. In the early years, of course, the province did make some changes because at one point, official plans and subdivision had to go to the province. So that got wiped out to facilitate things. But if we go fast forward to more recent times like today, we see it been some initiatives that have been trying to look at these things, from things like the RESCON report that we did with Kerr, looking at the building permit process in 2017. At that point, we were trying to find ways to facilitate at least building permits and also encouraging the province to move forward looking at the overall planning approvals process. When that report came out, actually, the Secretary of Cabinet Committee put together a working group on planning approvals that is comprised of the industry and developers, and they put a report out and gave it to the province staff to do some work on. At that point, I think they commissioned one consulting report, never saw the light of day, and nothing happened. So there's been a lot of inaction and inactivity about that. And then, of course, we know that the Affordable Housing Task Force made some recommendations about this. We know that the province, several years ago, the Premier announced funding of $6 million for municipalities to try and improve the process at AMO, and everybody went off and took some money and did their own thing. So there's been a lot of hodgepodge kind of approaches to this over time, but what we need is some more kind of comprehensive approach. The accelerator funds tried to address this as well from a federal standpoint by giving incentives for people having to meet certain conditions. Part of the conditions are speeding up the process. We saw the funding from the federal government on the housing supply challenge, trying to look at some research on this issue, but we really haven't moved entirely forward. There's been some movement on building permits. There's something called iCloud, a number of people have bought into to look at this kind of approach on the building permit side, but we're still not addressing the housing land development approvals process, which is a real problem. And part of this is reflected in what the province and the feds look at. They're giving rewards for housing starts. The federal government talked about blueprint housing. Well, blueprint housing only helps the building permit process. It doesn't help the planning approvals process. When blueprint housing was put in place post-World War II, there was no subdivision approval process. So we have to look at more at building permit. We have to look at also the subdivision approval process is so important. The province did make some steps towards that. They did put some penalties in place if it took too long to get approved to do approvals or financial penalties. But what that led to was the municipalities requiring more studies and more background materials before an application was deemed to be a full application when the clock started ticking. So they pushed things back to more work to be done before the clock started ticking on the approvals process. So we haven't really got to the point we need to get to. A number of municipalities have taken off in individual approaches. We're hearing today from the city of Toronto what they've been trying to do. Other cities have taken off on individual approaches that I think have some merit. But again, I think what we need is a more comprehensive approach. If you had a more comprehensive provincial-wide basis of doing this, much like they have in the UK with TerraNet, they have a common platform that would help us to help facilitate this process and move it along. City of Toronto, of course, started with concept of keys. That didn't go very far. Then when Mayor Tory was still there, he and Councillor Lyall were going to start a new system, and they left. And now we can hear about what they're doing today to try and push this forward and see what kind of successes they've had. We've seen municipalities still have a lot of problems. Of course, there's this benchmarking study. It's done every 2 years by Altus and Build. The City of Toronto has shown improvement over the last period of time. I've seen the City of Brampton kind of promote the fact that they're ranking fourth. So people are beginning to look at this. It's holding people to the fire to the feet a little bit, to try and get them to move along. So that's coming along, but we still have a long ways to go. So hopefully we're going to hear from the people today about some solutions and some approaches. And in moving forward, I think we have to think about 3 components of what needs to be addressed. The first component is, of course, technology, having technological improvement. And that doesn't mean just taking in applications on a basis of using computer-assisted applications, because that was done during COVID. You have to have a system that moves it through the process and helps facilitate speeding up the entire process where everybody can work on it at the same time. There have been some initiatives of that. There's one from one organization looking at that from a provincial-wide basis to want to do that. But that's something that has to be looked at as a way of dealing with perhaps a common platform. Secondly, there's issues about administrative capacity and planning staff. You have to have the right number of people in there. And there's been a shortage of planners. Sometimes during COVID, municipalities didn't have enough people processing applications when the market was really hot. Sometimes they had new people coming in who didn't really have the expertise or background, and often they were requiring extra studies because they wanted to make sure they covered everything that needed to be done. So the whole question of this resource capacity or admin capacity that comes into play that has to be addressed as well. And to that end, we have to think about what that role is of those people as well. Some of the developers have been around for a long time talk about the fact that at one point planners helped to facilitate the approvals and getting housing in place. Now they seem to be more acting just in a regulatory capacity. So how do you work together to help ramp up the supply? And the last component, of course, is change management. Sometimes if you have a champion, someone taking the lead, you can get things to change and get people to buy in. And you get people to have to learn how to use new technology. So change management is an important part of this as well. And part of that has been more difficult because of the remote work. It's hard to build a team when people aren't in the office. It's hard to learn from each other. It's hard to get people on board to have a cohesive change management application. So part of the COVID hangover of having more remote work probably makes it a little more difficult. So having said that and putting those three components in place, I'd like to turn it over to the panel, Valessa and Nama, to address these issues. And kind of the first kind of question that comes to mind on this is that we've seen that Canada is ranked very poorly in terms of the approvals process. There have been both studies by OECD and the World Bank to show that we lag behind other countries around the world. What really needs to be done in the short term and the long term to address our concern about this issue about the approvals process taking so long and costing money, as identified in the Build Ultra study that shows that it adds to the price of housing? Valessa, do you want to handle that first?
Thank you. Thanks, David. Hi, everyone. Valessa Faria, Executive Director of Development Review here at the city. So the city has taken, I would say, a new approach to address a long-standing issue. David, you mentioned concept to keys. So concept to keys started off as a really great idea. And there were some issues, but I think the model that was established as part of concept to keys has matured at the city. So I'm the new executive director. I've been in this role since April, and this is the first time that the city has essentially established a new organizational structure to look specifically at streamlining and expediting the review of development applications. So in terms of org structure, under my team is the 5 community planning districts. It's our engineering review staff, transportation review staff, on our business process and technology. And what we're really focused on doing is having consistent processes, having consistent practices, really scoping what we ask for in terms of studies, ensuring that, for instance, if you go to Scarborough, if you have an application in Scarborough, you have the same experience as if you go to Etobicoke or North York. So what that entails for us is really going back to basics, looking at things like standard operating procedures per application type. We've also introduced some new technology, including our application submission tool, which is, although a front-facing tool, it has been I think a very welcome change from the industry, and thanks to the build reports, it was also highlighted as, I think it was referred to as one of the best in class sort of technological improvements. So that's great. What we're also focused on doing now internally is launching a new tool called the file circulation tool, getting ready to launch that within a few weeks. And what that will ensure is that for all commenting groups and divisions that look at applications, we can track timelines and we can track workflows. So speaking about consistency, it will scope what certain groups are looking at, and ensuring that we can more holistically manage timelines. And I'll use this opportunity to say that we definitely do have a long way to go, but we are seeing those early improvements, and I think that was also highlighted in the build reports. So for instance, we went from seeing a 5-year average for site plan approvals at 1,129 days to a 1-year average of 88 days. So that is significant. That's an over an 80% improvement. So while there's a lot more to do, I think we're headed in the right direction. And maybe I'll stop there and give Nama an opportunity to also comment on this.
Thank you. Nama, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think it's really interesting that, we have Valessa here, because Valessa's job is a result of, the city identifying the problem and saying we need to separate, the chief planner and the policy and have someone who is in charge of development and growth. And that is, I think, looking back just a few years ago, I think the industry was pushing for that, for efficiency in City Hall, for leadership. And I think we're very fortunate to have you, Valesa, on the panel today to speak to that. Let's speak to some policy changes in the recent year. We had major streets, for example, and we have site plan exemption, which is great. Like, when was the last time we've heard of something going as of right? And now if you merge major streets and site plan exemption, you can build up to 10 units in the neighborhood's major streets as of right. Unheard of, right? So we need more of that. We need more things that will be as of right. If major streets limiting developments up to 60 units, so what happens in this gap between 10 and 60 units? Can we have under site plan, which we know, and everyone that I talk to from my clients, developers, who say, site plan is really killing it for us. Can the city make it more efficient? Can they make a document that I would know exactly what I'm going into? Because with site plan, it takes about a year. We get conflicting comments from every department. And I think we've seen really positive change. How do we work to see more of that, more as of right? Working with committee of adjustment, can we define more things to be minor? I am having some conversations with planners saying, is it minor? Is it not minor? I'm like, oh, okay, it's very subjective. How can we streamline more things to identify them, especially now when the city unlock so many opportunities? I have some projects that, unfortunately, we're having this discussion with the planners that we're debating, is it minor, is it not minor? And let me, I always ask the other way around. Is it as crucial to have it under rezoning and OPA? So there's also this gap between leadership and political will, and sometimes what I get to experience with the staff that actually processes the applications. Although it's unfair what I'm doing right now, because some of them are absolutely amazing and they're so on top of things and really want to get more housing done. So I'm, take my comment with a grain of salt. But what we've seen recently, I think it's a change that we should not take for granted. And these are changes that the industry was asking for. And even if we take, Bill 109 and Bill 185, with the approval process being so rigid, so municipalities created this mandatory pact and then the province came in and said, you know what, we were wrong. We are revisiting this aspect of the approval process and the timing and how rigid our expectations were. So I think it's really important to also look back and reflect and say, maybe that wasn't the right way to do things. So our industry is this, we're moving and everything is changing. But I think a lot of good change has happened in the last, 18 months.
We're talking about the approvals process, and we're focusing. We've got to make sure we focus beyond the city of Toronto. You mentioned site plan control, but of course, site plan control, you say being exempt from that, it doesn't have to be. It's an optional tool in the first place. So it's a matter where you designate site plan control. So you could argue that should have been removed from some areas before, and that's been one of the biggest issues in the city of Toronto, because that previously went to council. So that was really, really difficult to slow up the process. It's supposed to be maybe 2 or 3 months. It was taking over a year, and that was a huge, huge delay. And I think that's partly why probably the city of Toronto's process has reduced the time frame, because getting it off the table. But one of the issues, as you talk about a common platform in Toronto, a common platform across other jurisdictions would be helpful as well. So when you work in other jurisdictions, you can expect the same kind of treatment. If you look at the report from Bill Daltas, you can see the range of time is significant across the 15 cities concluded there. So would you people feel there's some merit in having a more common platform across municipalities? I don't know whether you in Toronto feel that your platform, what you're developing, would be something that could be adaptable elsewhere, or is it purely Toronto focused?
Thanks, David. I would say it's really Toronto focused, but yes, it could be adapted. We've also been part of some provincial working groups, and there is a system called Building Information Modeling System, the BIM system, and that also looks very promising. And I think, that's a good tool that could be deployed for municipalities across Toronto. And just going back specifically to our technology in Toronto, I should mention for this audience that our application submission tool was really focused on initial submission, but it will be updated in Q1 2025 to also take in resubmissions. So I know that is something that was of interest to the sector, so I thought I would take the opportunity to mention it.
And also credit to the City of Toronto that you have so much information available online that so many other municipalities don't. And I think putting Toronto in the same kind of basket or the same boat with Toronto has the highest demand, when in terms of also immigration. I always say people from all of, the other corners of the world hear about Toronto, not about Vaughan and Markham, with all due respect, but you can't really have the same expectation. I understand why Toronto deals differently, but also, I work all across the GTA, the information that Toronto has the ability to share is hard to compare, unfortunately, with some other municipalities that it makes it much, much, much harder, to be honest.
Well, part of the difference, of course, is there aren't any subdivision approvals in Toronto, only condominium approvals. So it's quite different. And, some of the issues are in some jurisdictions that takes a long period of time from greenfield to actually fruition of housing being built. It'd be interesting, we saw some numbers in the last presentation about some of the difficulty approval of getting some of the affordable housing in place, even the city's own process. What kind of a speed up process would there be for affordable housing in the City of Toronto? Is there any mechanism built into what you're doing for that?
Yeah, absolutely, David. And just going back to the slide that we saw previously, there are a couple of projects there that were delayed for factors beyond our control. There's one at 175 Cummer that was at the OLT and very much talked about widely because it was appealed at the OLT. And it's been a costly delay for the city. So we're hoping to get that project underway. But in terms of your question, what we have done is we've established a priority development review stream within my division here. And that group, it's a group of about 8 staff, and they're focused on expediting development review, affordable housing applications. It's a multidisciplinary team. So we have the planners, we have the transportation review staff, we have the engineers, we have Toronto water staff, we have urban forestry, we have urban design, and they are very much focused on moving projects along. And those are both city initiated projects on our own lands, like the ones that were shown on the slide, as well as private and nonprofit projects that are delivering 20% or more affordable housing as part of their projects. And we've had some really, really great successes. I'll give you one recent example. The address is 2449 Eglinton. This is one of the first largest co-op sites that will be developed in, I think, about 2 or 3 decades in the city. And that was approved within 69 days. Very large site, 900 plus units of co-op housing, mixed market and co-op housing. So that's just one example, but all that to say, we do have a team that's very much focused on affordable housing. So for those who are looking to have an even more expedited process, we are here to help you advance your projects if you're giving us more affordable.
You mentioned BIM before, and one of the questions we had given you before is, BIM modeling and interconnectivity is a working model for development and a lot of application approvals. So are you using BIM modeling? And Nama, if you experienced that any place as an approach, And where's your technology coming from? Is it developed internally, or are you using some other technology that's been developed by some other party?
Well, in terms of BIM, to be honest, I think this is actually the common situation. Like architects, the industry has transferred to their entire youths to BIM. I can tell you that we won't even hire someone if they don't have these skills. So we definitely came a long way. I know, when you talk about BIM, there's a lot of coordination that could happen, mostly under the construction phases. So when when you ask for municipal approvals efficiencies, I don't know if software would be the first thing that I would point out. I would point out that the amount of data that the city might have and that could make the industry work smarter, work more efficiently, or knowing, in terms even think of precedent base and knowledge of that kind. If you're not doing a really good job digging the information and knowing how, one project got different interpretation than the other, that's on you. Can we as an industry have more of knowledge sharing platforms? And there are, but they're all privately owned, or GIS based, or, a platform that's, as I said, privately owned, gathers the information. How can we as an industry, led by probably the public sector, work more efficiently, have more predictable understanding of what is approvable, what the city wants to see, because it is under the design guidelines, for example, but then we go closer to some technical aspects, and then it's the Wild West in terms of what feedback we're getting. North York is different than Etobicoke. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. I have some examples on my own project. So how are we, using data that the city accumulated and work more efficiently as an industry? That, is the big potential that we're missing, in my opinion, because BIM, if you're not using Revit or alike, you're outdated. That's not even a question.
Well, this gets to part of the point of the administrative capacity. Architects are well skilled in BIM, but planners aren't. So
I don't know if we should expect, planners, in the way planning is handled in maybe North America. Planners are not design professionals. They are not expected to know how to read street sections the way I was trained, So I don't know if the expectations from a planner to know that would be the same thing. And everything that I just described about, the digging and the Russian doll that our policy is, like one document refers to another, that is very much the work that planners do in this country. So we need to keep that in mind, that we created this sub-industry, and which one is doing what.
Well, that comes back to the question here with the City of Toronto for Valesa. If the planners are doing the approval, not skilled in BIM and the technology, there's a disconnect. It also sounds like, I know you're doing a lot of work on this, so I'm not trying to be critical of Valesa, but we're hearing now that there's inconsistencies even across former municipalities in Toronto. I was going to ask more about how to get this more common across GTA municipalities, but it sounds like you've got your work cut out even to get uniformity within the City of Toronto. Could you speak a bit to the need for training and education, who's doing the work?
Yeah, absolutely. And David, my first week on the job, I met with one of the developers who said to me, Valesa, you don't have one planning department at the city, you have 5. Because to Nama's point, if you go to Etobicoke, your experience might be quite different than if you go to North York. So a big part of my job is looking at introducing technology, redefining our standard operating procedures. So essentially making sure that there's more certainty for staff and more so for the sector. So if irrespective of where you go, you can expect to be asked to provide the same requirements. You can expect a similar response time from staff. You can expect to have similar conversations with respect to heights and densities and setbacks. And, you know, recognizing, of course, that we do have geographical and neighborhood differences, we do need to set some more parameters. And that's part of the work that my team and I are very much focused on doing over the next year. We have quite a robust work plan, but for the next, I would say next 6 months is really focused on looking at things like, you know, the unsexy things like the standard operating procedures per application type, looking at really scoping down the list of requirements and studies that need to be provided per application type, because we know time is money. We know that, you know, in some cases we may be asking for studies that are not particularly relevant based on the type of approval that's being sought. So when I talk about building blocks, those are some of, to me, the fundamental pieces of work that we need to do here at the City of Toronto to streamline, to continue to streamline, improve that efficiency, and ultimately improve that consistency across the city.
It sounds like you're moving towards some of the comments I made at the beginning about the issues need to be addressed. There's a training for the people, and there's a change management area of not requiring studies that aren't required, because some people have argued there's being more barriers put in place as more studies are required, and it's becoming more complex. It needs to be simplified. So I think it sounds like you're addressing some of those issues that were pointed out at the outset. Do you people feel there's a role for the province in this? I mean, Namba talked about the province backing off on certain things before. Would there be a benefit from having a province with a more common platform and some technology that would support this? Or do you think some municipalities should be left on their own and to do their own thing? Or is there some benefit for some provincial guidance or provincial requirements?
Maybe I can give it a try. My hope, and maybe this is a big wish, is to make housing and housing decisions less political. So if, you know, it needs to come from the province, that less of it will be so politically adversarial, so be it. Which is funny to say, because the province it's like a political platform on its own. But I believe that a lot of the things that Toronto is struggling with is not coming from City Hall. It's at the end of the day, and Marlon covered it perfectly in his very Marlon style. A lot of it is still NIMBYism, councillors who are, you know, just looking for when is the next election and what will get them beyond that. And that is unfortunate. And if the province has the ability to make housing less and less political, I think that is the best service they could possibly do.
My question wasn't so much about the policies, it was more about the technology. And again, I'm thinking about
technology.
I'm more thinking about the UK, the TerraQuest approach, a common platform across all municipalities. So it's
well, I still think my answer was pretty good, so I'll stick to my answer. But let's say if you want to add anything on the technology side.
I think there could be some benefits, especially where we have, you know, where having a shared platform would help to get to streamline those approvals and get responses quicker from the province, as well as I would say other public commenting partners. So I definitely see the benefit from where I sit, and we're talking specifically about the province, but for us here in my division, it's also about, you know, it's the TTCs and Toronto Hydro and various other commenting groups that are critical to our process. And we're not using a shared platform by any means.
I think that's part of the idea that the platform would incorporate all the approval agencies that would be involved to move through at a kind of just-in-time kind of approach, and everybody see the comments get worked on a more efficient fashion. That's the whole idea, rather than getting one agency or one organization holding things up over time. And that could be including provincial agencies. We often hear developers talk about, oh, I'm waiting for MTO. So, and then of course there are the conservation authorities that seem to be the other stumbling block, traditionally have been, in terms of time delays and so on. These are the ones I hear from the industry over time. And they would have to be moving forward in a more timely fashion to get everybody on board. That's part of the, I think, idea behind that. We have about 2 minutes left. I don't know if you want to handle any questions, or if the participants want to make any concluding comments of where you see things going or what you hope to achieve. I mean, now more about what her expectations are from the industry perspective, and maybe Valessa about what you're doing, what your timeframes are, and when you think to roll things out, and what kind of improvements you see coming in the short term or the longer run.
Emma, you're going to go first?
Go for it.
Oh, thank you. So for me here at the city in this role, we're very much focused on, again, streamlining, moving quicker. We know that, as Marlon pointed out, we are in a housing crisis, we're in a climate crisis, and equally, we're dealing with, a growing homelessness and lack of access to social supports crisis. So these are all convergent crises that require urgent attention. So my job is really focused on getting not just applications in general, but housing applications and affordable housing applications moved quicker. We have, I would say, a senior leadership team here at the city, and also political leadership from the mayor herself to say, move things faster, faster, faster. So there is that pressure, and I think that healthy tension in the system, which is great. I have a robust work plan and many things that I need to get done and continue to do over the next few months and years. I'll be quite blunt. Many of the structures that we have here in the city have been in place since amalgamation. So it will not be changed in a month or two. It will take time, but I'm looking to target those sort of improvements that will make the biggest impact in the shortest amount of time, first and foremost, while we continue to do more of the building blocks, as I call it, building blocks and fundamental pieces of work to get us to where we need to get. And hopefully by the next time Build does their benchmarking reports, we would have moved from 7 to maybe number 1. Let's see. Thanks.
Thank you. See, being held accountable by these kinds of studies does help to give targets to shoot for. Nama?
No, I think I don't have much to add to what Valessa said. I think it was, we are in an intersection, we tend to blame interest rates. Projects didn't get built even before interest rates. I think 2024, let's see how 2025, we have a housing crisis, but at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like we're doing everything we can. And this is not to the city. This is to the industry as well. Like, one of my biggest hopes is that we will start seeing more buildings built, designed and built for the end user in mind and not the investor in mind. So I am a very optimistic person in nature, and I hope that this is the type of things that we will see, and with the city and some positive change that we definitely have noticed. So I want to finish on an optimistic and happy note. But I also acknowledge that these are very interesting times, I would say.
Thank you very much, Nama and Valessa. It's been very interesting to see what you're doing, what your expectations are. I think our time has expired, so we can pass this along to the next panel, and we'll sign off for now.
Thank you, David. Thank you, the panel. That was great. Sorry we don't have time for questions. I think we're going to be capturing some of those and sending them off to the panelists so that we can include those in the post-event summary. So next up is David Coletto. He's Canada's top 100 most influential people in Canada, in Canadian politics and specifically. And he's one of Canada's most recognizable pollsters and commentators. You've probably seen him on television. He is the chair, CEO, and founder of Abacus Data. And over to you, David. Hi, David. Can you hear me?
Hear you. Good afternoon.
Excellent. I think we're going to go on screen any minute now. So if
Sorry
we're
about
not
that.
already, there we are. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that quick bio break. We now have David in the house, and David Coletto, as I mentioned, is Canada's top 100 most influential people in Canadian politics. You've seen him on television. He's a recognizable pollster and commentator, CEO and founder of Abacus Data. Over to you, David.
Well, thanks, Todd, and good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here. Apologies for that. I'm just gonna jump right into my talk today. I've got a lot of data to share, and I'm really excited about it. I have spent probably the last 8 years, focused a lot on the issue of housing. You know, a number of years ago, when we were doing research and trying to understand public opinion, housing as an issue wasn't universal in the sense that, you know, every part of the country wasn't thinking about it. It was an issue that maybe mostly young Canadians looking to buy or thinking about how they pay the rent were focused on. I'm going to make an argument today that it's become universal, and it's having political implications. It's having implications beyond what we see, and the data, I think, will confirm why this will continue to be a focal point for governments of all levels, and why the public's going to continue to be focused on it. Now, I've got this amazing job with my team at Abacus, in that we ask thousands of Canadians hundreds of questions every week on issues ranging from, you know, their relationships to what they're buying, to politics, which for me is kind of my personal interest. And the polling we do with the Toronto Star and other media outlets is regularly cited. And I live in Ottawa, and I'm focused a lot on, you know, are we going to have an election or not? You know, we're not going to talk too much about that. But housing is at the center of everything. And when you think about the last number of years, just very briefly to set the context, most Canadians, like most people around the world, have experienced a period of time in which it feels like every week there is a new crisis in which they are trying to grapple with. This idea of permacrisis, which was the word of the year for the Collins Dictionary in 2022, is defined as an extended period of instability and insecurity. And why do I start with this? Because I am in the business of trying to understand what people think, why they think it, and how that affects their behavior. And I can't think of a period, at least in my lifetime, certainly perhaps in the lifetimes of most people, that this notion of permacrisis has existed, and it's affected the way that we're thinking. Now, when we go through just some basic facts about Canada, and leading into what I think is the mindset of today, there's no doubt the data suggests, and StatsCan is estimating that the Canada is a clearly an aging population. A stat I repeat everywhere I go is that those aged 85 and older in Canada, that the population of those aged 85 and older is going to triple over the next 10 to 15 years. So we're aging. As a result of that demographic shift to an older population, we've had to grow our population primarily by immigration. And so when you look at, you know, the targets that the federal government sets over the last number of years and then into the future, Canada, in terms of just permanent residents, will welcome the equivalent of the city of Toronto or 3 Ottawas, where I live, in terms of population. And that doesn't include, you know, the million temporary workers and international students that have come along. And so when we look at the population growth of the country, right, Canada's grown quicker in terms of sheer numbers of people over the last 2 years than I think at any point in our history. And so that leads us to the obvious conclusion around home prices of some level of scarcity. And so this rapid increase, certainly over the COVID period, but beyond, is part of that. And so what I look at when I look at these facts, when I look at the state of the world, I'm left with a belief that most Canadians, regardless of what income background they're from, their wealth, have what I call a scarcity mindset. And the basic premise behind this is that the things that people have come to expect in their life, the things they need, from energy and food to housing to healthcare, in their minds, both I think in reality, but most importantly from a perceptual perspective, and I live in the world of perception, not necessarily reality, is that those things have become harder to get, are more expensive. And if you have them, if you have a family doctor, if you have a home, if you are renting or own a property, you are increasingly worried that you're going to lose it and not be able to replace it. And so the big theme of my research today and these days and my talk today is like, what does that scarcity mindset mean, and how important is the housing question to that? And so I do think we are very much at the center of the storm, and that everyone here who's involved in residential construction right across the country is going to be under continued both public pressure and political pressure to continue to find ways of solving this problem. So the research that I'm going to share with you today comes from a number of sources. We've worked with a number of different organizations over the years, including the Canadian Real Estate Association, the Ontario Real Estate Association. We've done work with home builders associations and home builders themselves, and a range of stakeholders in the housing environment. And one survey that we did just over a year ago, I'm going to reference today, that we did this deep dive for the Canadian Real Estate Association on public perceptions around housing. But on top of that, we are doing a survey of about 2,000 Canadians pretty much every 2 weeks. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the story that we've seen over a period of time and how we got here. So I want to start with the big picture. Pollsters like me often ask, Canadians, do you think the country's headed in the right direction, or is it off on the wrong track? And so when I ask that question, what's the mood of the public today? Our most recent survey that we completed and released last weekend found that just over 1 in 4 Canadians feel that the country is headed in the right direction. And to give you context of just how low a number that actually is, and how little optimism there is about the future, if you go back all the way to the beginning of the global pandemic, we've been tracking this question for many years now. More Canadians within April of 2020 thought the country was headed in the right direction than they do today. And you can see that number sort of went on a roller coaster during the pandemic months and years, and then smoothed out, but continued to sort of decline. And so we've hit this period for most of the last year. That number has not really changed beyond the margin of error, that anywhere between 23 and 27% of Canadians believe the country's not headed in the right direction. So what's driving that? Well, one of them is this question of issues. And when we ask people and we give them this long list of issues and say, what are your top 3? Cost of living and housing and healthcare are the top 3, followed by the economy. Immigration, which I'll talk to briefly in a moment, and climate change round out the top 6. But when you take just the issues of the cost of living more broadly and you add in those who are worried about housing affordability and accessibility, that's 8 in 10 Canadians who are signaling to us that these 2 issues are in their top set of issues, and it's become the defining issue of the moment. Now, when we dig deeper and we ask those who think the country's headed in the wrong direction, about 6 in 10 Canadians, why? What is it about the country today that's signaling that to you? Housing shows up in 2 ways, right? Half of those who think the country's headed in the wrong direction cite the rising cost of housing as the reason why, or a reason why they feel that. Similarly, if you look at the bottom of this list, 1 in 4 Canadians who think the country's headed in the wrong direction see homelessness in their community, and it's a visual representation of something that obviously is not working well, that homelessness has gotten worse. That perception is widespread. It's getting worse. And they, as I'm going to show you, aren't convinced that governments and others involved in the sector to try to help those who need a home have any real plan or real progress at solving that problem. And so this idea of scarcity in housing becoming a universal, almost global concern in Canada is very much a new phenomenon. And whether you are in those traditional markets where housing has been an issue for quite some time, like Toronto and the Lower Mainland and Vancouver, you've now seen from literally the smallest towns in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, to rural Ontario, all the way across the country are expressing housing as a problem. And I think we are also now facing a shifting mindset where the very idea of growth, the very idea of population growth in particular, is becoming something people are deeply resistant to. And that is part of that scarcity mindset. So what does that look like, right? When we ask people about their perceptions. So this is quite recent data that we completed. 7 in 10 Canadians believe that over the past year, buying a residential property has become more difficult in this country, despite prices coming down a little bit. 75% believe it's become more difficult to rent a property, and 75% believe that housing in their area is not affordable today, right? So that is a proof point that it's extended far beyond the GTA and the Lower Mainland of Vancouver, and now includes pretty much most of the country and most Canadians feeling that housing is not an affordable thing where they live. What's driving that? Well, 2 other perceptions. One is Canada's not effectively addressing homelessness and poverty. Only 17% believe that it is. And only 15% of Canadians believe there are sufficient affordable housing options in Canada. So this perception of affordability, of accessibility is widespread. Now, as somebody who is lucky enough to own his home and grew up in a household of home builders, my father and my grandfather, immigrants from Italy, built homes around the Greater Toronto area. That idea of owning a home is fundamental, I think, to the Canadian psyche. We talk often about the American dream. I think owning a home is very much part of the Canadian dream. But one of the things that we've been exploring is whether this idea is even alive anymore. And part of it is the fact that, with rising and rapidly rising interest rates, you find that 60% of mortgage holders in Canada are concerned about their ability to afford monthly payments after renewal, right? And while interest rates are coming down, and maybe the bank will add another 50 basis point cut to the rate, it still is, in many ways, those who are renewing are still paying substantially more than they were when they first got that mortgage. But even deeper than that, right? The good news is that of those who don't currently own their home, 65% want to own a home someday. But when we distill that down to the younger two cohorts, those 18 to 34 and 35 to 44-year-olds, the vast majority do. So there's still this want, this belief that and desire, aspiration even, to own a home. But when we ask those folks who don't own their home but want to, whether they are optimistic about their ability to do it, whether they're pessimistic, whether they've even given up, half of those are saying they're either pessimistic or have given up. And 1 in 4, including a third of those 18 to 34, are simply losing hope that it's ever going to happen. So this conversation, this debate, this focus on housing and the rising costs both of owning and renting over the last number of years has created this sense of concern. Now, in the survey we did last year, at the time, we looked at renters as well, right? 40% at the time were very concerned, not just concerned, very concerned about having to pay an increase in their rent. And 1 in 4 said they were very concerned about losing their rental home entirely. That's that scarcity mindset that I talked about present among renters in the country. So there's no doubt that people perceive a problem, right? And as I do a lot of work in the public affairs space, helping clients figure out how do you convince governments to do things, how do you advocate for certain policy positions, I believe that 3 conditions have to exist in the public mindset in order for politicians in particular to feel compelled to do something about it, if it's not something they personally care deeply about. Those 3 conditions are: 1, the public has to believe there's a problem. 2, they have to believe there are viable solutions to solve it. And then 3, there's got to be a political will behind that to put pressure on those politicians to act. And in the case of housing, I think it's pretty obvious to everybody, but this data just confirms it, that there is universal recognition that this is a problem. That if you are if you are under the age of 45 in particular, you are far more likely to put this issue as a top issue. And as I showed you, are increasingly concerned. But Canadians are also recognizing and becoming aware and are telling us in our research that the effect of the housing crisis goes beyond just simply the being able to afford the place they want to live or the place that they are living. That we find widespread effects, financial hardship. 41% of Canadians report that they are feeling that as a result of increased costs around housing. Quality of life, mental health. 1 in 5 say that their family dynamics have been affected, and even 1 in 5 say that their physical health has been negatively affected by the housing crisis. And the broader effects on our country, right? People, 6 in 10, saying they've had to reduce spending on food and groceries. A half saying they've reduced emergency savings. Even if they had any, they're now depleted. Delayed debt payments, cutting transportation costs. Even some saying, I've had to delay retirement savings as a result. So the effect on affordability more broadly, and the role that housing plays in that, is having knock-on effects on a whole other range of things. And we're seeing that played out in our research. So the question then is, what's happening today as a result? And 2 things to me are very front and center in this conversation. One is that when we ask people what are the factors they think are most important when it comes to housing, and in a very short period of time, perceptions and opinions about immigration have shifted in Canada. It wasn't long ago that folks here in Ottawa, where I live, and those in the political world would say, look, Canada's unique. Canada's sometimes superior, we would think, to other countries because we don't have the debates around immigration that the United States has, or that Europe and many European countries are having, right? We are immune to those forces. We are a country of immigrants, we're welcoming, and that will always be the case. But what we've come to see is that that's not the case. 37% of Canadians believe that the most important factor influencing housing affordability has been increased immigration to Canada. And about a year ago, just over a year ago, I was, speaking at events or interacting with different groups, and people would come up to me and they'd say, David, I'm pro-immigration, but, and then they finish that sentence with some condition that might reduce their openness to immigration, right? They would say things like, but our healthcare system has so little capacity, or we don't have enough homes for everybody who we're welcoming to the country. And so that perception has fundamentally shifted to the point now where close to 80% of Canadians believe that Canada's immigration targets are too high, which is more than double what it was 18 months ago. And the result has been that governments, particularly the federal government who's responsible for immigration, has had to respond. And so there's an issue where the public was ahead of the politicians, and where that consensus that we thought existed around immigration has really been shattered. And people's sense of scarcity has led them to a place that says, if we're going to welcome 1 million people a year into the country, man, we need public policy choices and governments to plan for this, to build the homes, to have the access to healthcare and everything else that's related. So that's one part of this story. But the second part of this story is the question around housing developers and builders, and the question of whether they are prioritizing profit over affordability. And there is a sense, right, that 36, almost as many people who point to immigration as the primary factor, point to what they believe to be, and I say this very softly and recognizing who's on this in this conference today, that there is a sense that some builders are charging more than they should, right? And that is a perception that exists in other sectors, by the way. I've done work in retail and in mining and energy. There's a sense, because of this sense of scarcity, that every business is charging more than they should. But this perception that those who have the ability, frankly, to build more of the homes are taking more than they should is a barrier, I think, to building public support. Now, that doesn't mean people don't understand other factors that are affecting the affordability of housing, right? This slide shows the range of things that large numbers of people point to, right? The availability and cost of land for development, the borrowing costs that you all have to take on, and the rise in those costs over time, the shortage of skilled workers, provincial regulations, municipal bylaws and policies, right? People are, I think, generally aware of the range of factors that have contributed to this crisis. And that is something that's relatively new, that this debate has accelerated, and awareness of all these factors have become much more real to people. And that means that whether you're a municipal leader, and I know you had many of the mayors from the big cities across Ontario earlier on, including Mayor Chow, they are under pressure, to respond, because they know that the public is watching what cities and municipalities are doing. Provincial governments, particularly here in Ontario, understand that, right? And so I think this is becoming well understood for people. Now, I want to end my presentation very briefly by just showing you the effect that this is having on our politics, and focus specifically on the federal government. But before I do that, I want you to see two things here. When we ask people, is government, and we give them the 3 levels of government, doing enough to address housing affordability in the country? The first thing is, a small minority of people believe they are. So most people either don't really know, or the majority believe they're not doing enough. Despite everything that's happened, despite a federal budget last year that invested billions of dollars into this issue, only a quarter of Canadians think the federal government's doing enough on this. Now, it's up. You can see up 10 points since September 23rd, up 12 points on the provinces, and up 6 on the municipalities. So there's a growing sense that governments are trying to do enough, but the vast majority still don't believe they are. And so when we ask people at the national level, whether, and we asked them that question I showed you earlier, which issue is most important to you, follow up and we say, which party do you think is best able to handle this issue? And you can see on this slide that, first of all, the federal Liberals are under incredible pressure on most of the big issues right now in the country, right? On the cost of living, they're third behind the New Democrats and well behind the Conservatives. On housing affordability and accessibility, the Liberals are well back in third place, right? With the Conservatives ahead and the NDP in second. Even on healthcare, an issue that has traditionally been an area where the Liberals and the NDP have been strong, the Conservatives are doing better on that. But it goes beyond this, right? Only 15% of Canadians believe Justin Trudeau and the Liberals deserve to be reelected. And when you ask them how they would vote today, 43% would vote Conservative, 21 Liberal, 19 NDP. And most of the polls, almost all of the polls agree that this is an environment right now where change is likely to happen, where since last spring, the Conservative vote share is up 10, the Liberal vote share is down 10. But one of the interesting and important findings underneath this data is that if you're somebody who, say in 2021, the last time we had a federal election, voted Liberal, and today you say, I'm going to vote Conservative, when we look at that subset, they are far more likely to say that housing affordability is a top issue, which is telling me that this issue, question of housing, is creating the impetus for change, is having an effect on our political system. And so when you look at the vote across the country, there's no region of the country except for Quebec where the Conservatives are not ahead. Atlantic Canada, Ontario, they're ahead by over 20. British Columbia, there's a provincial election there right now. Conservatives doing very well. But perhaps the biggest story, in Canadian politics is the fact that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, if you look at that first table and look at that Liberal number across the different age groups, that the Liberal Party today is more popular among those over 60 than it is among those under 30. And when you look at those three, but particularly those two younger age cohorts, and ask yourselves what happened, because these were the age cohorts that saved Justin Trudeau in the last two elections. And in terms of millennials, I'm a geriatric millennial, now in my 40s, if you can believe it, gave him his majority government. And they've largely abandoned the Liberals and Mr. Trudeau. Why? Because those folks, those younger cohorts, have experienced the worst part of this cost of living and affordability crisis that the country's facing. And so they have sought alternatives. And right now the Conservatives are really speaking to them. And so as you think about where we're going and the role that housing plays in all of this, I think we need to be prepared for a change in government within the next year. Whether that election happens, I don't think likely this fall or in the spring, perhaps more likely, or we make it all the way to next October, unless something fundamentally changes, a complete reset of the public mindset, I expect we're going to see a change in government. And so to wrap up then, and this is just scratching the surface of the research that me and my team have done, I think the takeaway is that when you talk to Canadians, when you ask them what they're thinking about this issue, I think housing right now, housing policy, the housing question is at the center pretty much of everything else. It's affecting our politics at the federal, provincial, and municipal level. It's having clear effects on people's quality of life and our ability to compete as a country, and individual jurisdictions' ability to compete to hold people, right? Toronto's lost, seen significant amount of migration out of the city as a result of cost. Ontario itself is losing people to Alberta, but now Alberta, having welcomed so many new people from across the country, are now having a housing crisis as well. I was in Saskatoon just a few weeks ago talking to realtors there, and I basically shared some data that showed, look, there's no real housing crisis yet in Saskatchewan, but they're not far off and so in jurisdictions where the price hasn't risen as much as others, they have at least the opportunity to prevent another crisis from happening in their own backyard. And then finally, as I mentioned, housing and the scarcity of it in people's minds is changing what we think about immigration. And if we're going to be successful as a country long term, if we're going to deal with our aging population, if we're going to continue to grow, if you're going to continue to want to see more immigrants come to Canada, then we've got to solve this problem, because it's having an effect on how people feel. And so I think housing is really at the center of everything. So I will stop there. If you love data around polls and politics, I have a Substack. Just a quick shout out. You can subscribe to it at davidcleto.substack.com. And if you want to get in touch with me, we aren't able to connect, you can see my email address there. Please reach out and I'd be happy to chat. So I'm going to stop there and hand things back to you.
Thank you, David. That's great. Obviously, a lot of good data on where we're going with federal politics. So that's a great segue to our next session. We don't have time for questions because we want to get started right away and listen to Scott, who is the shadow member of Parliament for Parry Sound. Oh, he's the member of Parliament for Parry Sound, but he's the shadow minister for housing and diversity and inclusion with the federal Conservative Party. And to walk through his comments is Lou Beta. He is with Star Lane Homes, and I'm going to turn things over to Lou to have a chat with Scott about what we just heard and maybe some of your own opinions, Scott. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. As noted, I'm Lou Bata. I'm chair of the RESCON board and vice president of Star Lane Home Corporation. And I am pleased to meet and be joined by Scott Aitchison, the Conservative Party's official opposition shadow housing minister. I would begin by noting that we did invite the federal Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, Sean Fraser, to join us, but he was unable to. I'm looking forward to chatting with Scott, who has a wealth of experience at municipal level, who's been tirelessly working with the housing sector stakeholders from across the country since his appointment as shadow housing minister. We at RESCON have had many opportunities to work with Scott on the housing file, and as our province and country faces the most pressing housing affordability and supply crisis any of us have ever experienced. So let's begin. Great to see you again, Scott, and thank you for doing this today.
Thanks for having me, Lou.
My first question, Canada and particularly in Ontario is in the midst of the most significant housing affordability and supply crisis seen in generations. Many people look at all that Canada has to offer and wonder what led us to this point. How did we get to this point? And in particular, how did the policymakers fail to see this coming and not act?
Well, it's a great question, and I believe the genesis of the crisis that we're in today really is around the mid-70s when the first Trudeau government, Pierre Trudeau was prime minister. They made some changes to the tax system where they stopped incentivizing the construction of purpose-built rentals. So there's a capital cost allowance. I'm sure I don't need to explain that to anybody in the room, but they stopped that because they believed that builders were getting rich building rental units, and they decided that they were going to get into the business of social housing and supportive housing. And then, of course, the economy changed, and the first thing they cut was investments in social and supportive housing. And then successive governments after the Trudeau government, the Mulroney government, and then finally the Chrétien government ended all investments in housing completely. And so fast forward to today, where you have the current Trudeau government that recognized on the heels of the Harper government, which realized that there's a problem brewing in the housing space, particularly around homelessness. And Stephen Harper's government, towards the end of their time, came up with something called Housing First, and they started to make some investments in particularly that, the social and supportive housing. And then Justin Trudeau came into power, and then in 2017, with grand fanfare, announces his national housing strategy with billions of dollars. But of course, we've followed these announcements with, of course, remarkably no progress on anything. So a lot of funding announcements, a lot of photo ops, but the Auditor General, for example, did a report and found out that they didn't even know if their investments in homelessness, for example, was making a difference. They didn't measure the results, and so they didn't know. And so today we have a situation where supply has continued to dwindle because of skyrocketing costs from the 70s on forward. You all know just how much development charges at the local level, for example, have gone up since the 70s to today. And then you have a federal system where they've completely messed with the demand side of the system by by destroying one of the best immigration systems in the world. And And so as a result, supply continues to get tightened down and demand just skyrockets. And you see the demand supply crisis that we have today. And it's been happening, literally since the 70s, and it's reached its apex today, bookend by a couple of Trudeaus.
Okay, thank you for that. Recently, a leading stakeholder in the housing sector noticed that it seems that many political leaders talk like there's a housing crisis, but unfortunately, they don't seem to act like there's one. Their actions either appear ineffective or in fact actually contribute to a situation that's already quite dire. Why have housing policies and initiatives at the federal level and at other levels of government not been effective to date at impacting the housing crisis?
Well, another great question, and I'll focus on the federal level, and I'll talk about the more recent announcements that the federal government has made. I started with their national housing strategy in 2017. Most recently, they've come up with a new minister who is pretty quick on his feet and seems to understand the portfolio. But they've come up with something called the Housing Accelerator Fund. This is a $4 billion fund that they're going to give to municipalities across the country, based on agreements with those municipalities to do certain things. We don't know exactly what they all are because, of course, they won't show us the agreements or the deals that they made with all these municipalities. One of the things that seems to be a common theme is this notion of permitting 4 units as of right in any residential zone, as if this is some kind of a silver bullet to solving the problem. But it's $4 billion, and it's called the Housing Accelerator Fund. The problem, of course, is that it's not accelerating housing construction because there's so many other factors that aren't considered, not the least of which is the cost to build. And so, case in point, the city of Toronto got the most money of anybody out of any municipality in the country, $471 million out of the Housing Accelerator Fund to get more homes built. In that same time period, the city of Toronto increased their development charges by almost 40%. And so you have one level of government borrowing gobs of money to give to another level of government to help get more homes built, and they're making it harder to get homes built. So it's a combination of bad fiscal policy at the federal level, where they're borrowing money to just burn cash for photo ops, effectively, and then municipal governments that are raising the fees and charges, not speeding up the process, despite promising to do so. And this is the problem. When you have public policy based on photo ops and promises to do better, and no follow-up, no real tangible requirement for some results, well, then you get this system where it's all talk, it's all photo ops, and nobody thinks to ask the follow-up question, or nobody puts policies in place to actually hold those municipalities to account and get the job done.
That was well put. Clearly, as the official opposition shadow housing minister, your party recognizes the serious challenges we're facing with respect to the housing crisis. Both you and your leader, Pierre Poilievre, have been very vocal with respect to this issue. What are you proposing after the next election to specifically implement these solutions?
Well, I'll tell you, the biggest thing that we will do is we'll be truthful about what we expect, and then we will actually hold those municipalities accountable. So Pierre talks about setting targets for municipalities, like real hard, fast targets to get more homes built faster, and we will measure municipalities' success against the targets that are set, and money will be on the line. And so what we talk about is, instead of just giving the cities money to under a promise to be better on housing, the money will be contingent upon more doors, more homes getting built. And so that means, federal infrastructure dollars for transit investments, federal infrastructure dollars for, water and sewer pipes and bridges and roads. I mean, all these things, the federal government's influence here is dollars and cents. And if you just give the money without any requirements, without any expectation of result, well, why would municipalities change? And so instead of just playing nice all the time and just sort of smiling for the cameras, we will expect results from those cities before they get the money. there won't be any federal dollars for municipalities that don't get the job done. Now, those municipalities that meet their targets or do better are going to love a pure Poilievre government because they'll get extra money. We'll have more resources for them because they'll need more infrastructure for the new homes that are getting built. And so we'll be a reliable partner for those cities that get the job done and deliver results. And those cities that not just get more homes built, but get them done faster, get the approvals done faster, and don't make it more expensive. It's important. This is an important element for everyone to remember, that every time a municipality increases its charges or increases its fees, it's not the developer that somehow miraculously covers that cost and then it goes away. It goes right to the bottom line. And so the developer has to borrow money to cover the cost of those fees over the course of the life of the development. But then the cost of those fees get worked right into the cost of the home. And then the young family trying to buy their first home has to borrow the money to cover those fees as well. Nobody makes more money on housing than governments. About 33% is the average across this country. And I think, and so does Pierre, think it's immoral to force young Canadians to borrow money to pay off government fees. And one of their solutions at the federal level is to extend amortizations to give young people the chance to borrow more money for longer. That's not a solution.
Agreed. So implementing change is always challenging. Are you optimistic that these solutions can be successfully implemented and that you can get the buy-in from other levels of government, particularly municipal governments?
Well, Lou, I'm an optimistic guy by nature. I've been in public life since I was 21. I first got elected to council in Huntsville, Muskoka, back when I was 21. And I think that it is possible. But I think it's possible because I think a pure Poilievre government is absolutely what we need. And a pure Poilievre government will do what we need to do at the federal level to make sure that municipalities can be successful. So one of the other issues we're facing at the federal level is we need fiscal policy that makes sense. The way this current government has borrowed money has exacerbated the inflationary pressures that we're seeing throughout our economy. We need to get the cost of government down overall. We talk about cutting the carbon tax, which makes everything more expensive from food to lumber. We need to reduce the cost of government. We need to get the fiscal house in order in Ottawa, which reduces pressure on borrowing costs. And then we need to hold municipal governments to account. And I know that we can work together because it's presented in a very positive way. Get more homes built faster. You're going to love a pure Poilievre government that's going to reward that success and make sure that cities are made whole. I don't think that any politician gets into public life because they want to stick it to one generation or another. And young people, you heard David Coletto pointed out that in his demographic numbers, young people are getting shortchanged. The deal that they've been promised, the deal that you and I experienced, Lou, is not there for them right now. One of the surest test of whether you can buy a home today is whether your parents are rich or not and can help you out. And that is wrong. And I know that if we work together, all levels of government come together and work with the private sector to get the job done, I know we can get it done. I'm very confident. I've been all over the country, all over Ontario, talking to builders, talking to municipalities. Municipal mayors used to bristle when they would hear Pierre and I talk about this, but they're starting to come around because they see where they are the problem. And I think that we will be able to work together and we will get this job done. But that's not to say it's going to happen overnight. We all know that starts are down. It's going to get harder before it gets better because we've got to clear out Ottawa here and regroup and get the job started with pure Poilievre government.
Okay, one more question. One of the most significant challenges for federal government is jurisdictional. Many of the issues that impact housing are under the control of municipal governments. How can the federal government implement changes at that level? I know you've touched on it, but how can you get them to do that?
Yeah, well, influence is a key part of it. There are other areas of housing, though, and I'll touch on this. There are other areas of housing where the federal government is it is their jurisdiction. And I'll give you a couple of examples, one of which would be Canadian Forces bases. the Canadian Forces went through a series of years where they decided it would make more sense to have forces personnel live in the community where the base is. I'm convinced, though, that if we actually start building more homes and housing for Canadian Services personnel on base again, and fixing up the places that have been let run down, it has a double effect. It makes sure there's healthy, secure, and safe and quality homes for our Canadian Services personnel, but it also frees up units within the community that are now available to people to use. So the federal government needs to take a leadership role in that area where it's absolutely responsible. And of course, there's First Nations housing is absolutely a federal responsibility as well, and it's an area that we have neglected. This government has neglected, and we need to focus on again also helping to free up units in other communities to make sure that more units are available. So there's those two key areas. It's not a massive impact on the overall market, but it is an area where the federal government can actually get something done, show leadership, and then work with the municipalities and the provinces to make sure that we are making it easier to get homes built and making it cheaper to build homes again.
Okay, I believe there's a number of questions being posed, and I think maybe we could go to, Todd is asking if we can go to getting some questions. So first one is, what are some of the spin-off benefits of solving the housing crisis? I know you talked about the armed forces, but what are some of the spin-off benefits there?
Well, I don't think anyone disagree that you can't expect anyone in a society to achieve anything, whether it's an education or landing secure employment, self-actualizing in any way, whatever, without a safe and secure bed to sleep in every night. And so in that regard, when you think about housing, it's foundational to our society as a whole. It's also fundamental to our economy. When you think about our housing market, we've established a housing system and a market that has been designed to help Canadians help fund their retirement. This is one of the tools that we've used, and it's worked really well for many years. And that's at threat if young people can't get into the market. If people can't start, then how are they going to use the same tools that you and I did? So I think it's absolutely foundational to our economy, but also to our society and the fabric of our society as a whole.
Okay. David Collette touched on immigration. So 76% of immigrants have a university degree or better. These people tend not to work in jobs in building housing. Can you speak to immigration and skilled trades immigration?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those areas where I think it's important for our immigration system to be addressing the needs that we have in the country, and we need to work to attract more skills to the country that we need. We also need to work with provinces and the trades to make sure that we're recognizing those skills and getting people up to speed and ready to get working right away in the trades that they know well. And so this again is another area where you need a federal immigration system and provincial systems to talk to each other and work together. Make sure that we're supplying what the economy in Canada and what our needs and what our society needs as well.
Well, that's great. Well, Scott, thank you very much for a wonderful conversation. We appreciate you taking your time to join us today. We know that Ottawa is a busy place, and it could become much more interesting in the coming weeks and months. We look forward to working with you and in the days ahead. And once again, I want to thank you for your time and your insights.
Thanks, Lou. Great to be with you all.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you, Lou, and thank you, Scott. We do have a little bit of time, so I think what we're going to try to do is get started a little early with the next session. And the next session is going to be navigating today's housing market and what lies ahead. And that's Jason Mercer. So if Jason is here, I'm going to pull him up on screen. There he is.
Hello.
So Jason, introduce yourself and I'll let you take over. And I'll come back with some questions at the end.
Sounds good to me. Well, thanks very much for having me today. I'm really happy to present to the RESCON group. My name is Jason Mercer. I'm the Chief Market Analyst and Director of Service Channels at the Toronto Regional Real Estate Board. So I'll take you through an update on the market in the Greater Golden Horseshoe and some of the issues that are impacting that, and obviously how some of the conditions that we're seeing and certainly changing conditions in the resale market, how that's likely also going to drill down into the new home side of things, both in terms of sales and construction and what have you. And certainly happy to answer any questions you have at the end of the presentation. And so I'm just going to share my screen here. If someone can just confirm that they can see it.
Yep, you're good.
Great. All right, well, I'll jump right in. And again, thinking about, and I know you've had panels all day talking about, housing and housing affordability and what the future holds for that. But I just want to, reinforce the fact that we do polling every year in conjunction with Ipsos, and we're asking a number of questions of both existing homeowners as well as people who may be considering the purchase of a home in one form or another in the years to come. But obviously we ask some sort of top level questions as well, and what are the key issues facing individuals and households across the country. And according to Sean Simpson at Ipsos, healthcare is always at the top. People are concerned about healthcare. They're concerned about, spending on healthcare and what have you. But what's been, growing in concern over the last number of years has been housing and housing related issues. It didn't used to be the fact that it was a close second in terms of, top issues for Canadians, a close second to healthcare. But that's certainly been the case over the last couple of years. And a lot of that, of course, gets down to affordability. And so it's no surprise then, when you look at the three of the top four issues facing Canadians is housing, interest rates, and economy. And really they're intertwined, right? Because we know how quickly housing market conditions, the demand for housing can change as you see shifts in borrowing costs. I mean, we went from record and near record conditions in the first quarter of 2022, to sitting at about 60% of peak sales as we've moved through 2024 because of the impact of high borrowing costs. And obviously at the same time, inflation, interest rates, it also impacts the economy. And when people are concerned about economic conditions in the weeks, months, or years ahead, it obviously affects consumer confidence as well. And people need to be confident in their ability to purchase and pay for a home over the long term. So that's kind of the backdrop against my presentation today, and sort of thinking about housing and the Toronto Regional Real Estate Board's coverage. More and more over the last decade, our members have been operating not only in the Greater Toronto area, but more so in the surrounding Greater Golden Horseshoe as well. So we're talking about 10 million people, give or take, 21,000 square kilometers. So it's obviously Canada's largest region. It's where a lot of newcomers to Canada choose to initially at least put down roots, and all these people obviously are looking for a place to live. And that's why I wanted to talk a little bit about immigration. Because obviously over the last number of years, and if you look at federal targets, we're expecting to continue to see very strong immigration into Canada. And so this chart just shows, it was a relatively sort of flat trend leading up to the pandemic. That's the blue line. Obviously coming out of the pandemic, 2021, more so in 2022 and beyond, we've seen a real uptick in the number of newcomers moving into Ontario. And again, a lot of those people are focused on the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So this just kind of lays that out. It's about an 80,000 person increase on average over the course of that period, sort of the pre-COVID period and the post-COVID. And obviously that has real implications, both positive and negative. On the positive side, that's where we're seeing our economic development in the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and I'd argue, Canada more broadly, is through population growth, people looking to move from parts all around the world to Canada and drilling down into the GTA and the surrounding regions. And these people are taking up employment. They're entrepreneurs in some cases and working across a lot of different sectors of the economy. And it's one of the reasons why we have one of the most diverse regional economies, not only in Canada, but I'd argue in North America. On the flip side of that, though, it's been more and more difficult to obviously accommodate these new households because we've had a hard time building housing, both in terms of rental housing and ownership housing, and strong population growth is at the root, at least, of some of the issues that we've experienced in the housing market over the last number of years. Because it's important to note as well, home ownership, purchasing a home, is a real goal for a lot of newcomers moving to Canada. People moving from other parts of the world where their home country, they may not have had as much opportunity to purchase a home, whereas people moving to North America, moving to Canada, that tends to be a key goal upon getting their feet on solid ground, getting good employment. The next goal on top of that would be to save money for a down payment and purchase a home. And so it's not a surprise then, when we're doing our Ipsos polling, we find that newcomers to Canada tend to purchase a home much quicker out of the rental market than Canadians that were born here. And I think that goes a long way to understanding why the demand for ownership housing, high interest rates notwithstanding, has been quite strong over the last decade or so. And so just to give you a sense, I showed you the map of the GGH earlier in the presentation a few slides ago, and I just kind of wanted to fill that map in a little bit to give you a sense of how the population growth pattern, how that's kind of spread itself out over the last number of years, and particularly as we've moved into this post-COVID period. And certainly newcomers that initially move to Canada, they tend to focus on sort of the GTA proper, and specifically the city of Toronto, and to a lesser extent PO region. That's what we see in terms of growth from immigration within the Greater Golden Horseshoe. But as time rolls on, people tend to spread out. And one of the reasons, of course, that people have been spreading out over the last decade or so is to look for more affordable housing. And so more and more we've seen, real growth in those both Greater Toronto Area regions and even broader Greater Golden Horseshoe regions surrounding the original core, the city of Toronto. And in fact, and this has been well publicized, it's found its way into the media quite a bit over the last year or so, is this notion that we've actually seen a net outflow from places like the city of Toronto and Peel region. And so while these areas are sometimes the host initially for a lot of newcomers, for a lot of that strong population growth that we experience, people tend to move further afield, and the search for affordable ownership housing is one of the factors that arguably drives that. And I kind of wanted to point that out too, just in the context of the broader housing market and the trends that we've seen over the past few years. So the top panel on this chart just shows home sales reported through TREBB's MLS system over the past couple of decades. And we see that certainly in 2021, we saw a record level of home sales, and certainly we started off strong again in 2022 until the Bank of Canada started raising its policy rate. But it's interesting, the geography of those home sales, as I said, has really shifted over the past decade to decade and a half. And so if we look at the bottom panel on this chart, it just shows the GTA versus GGH share of home sales reported through TREBB's MLS system. And we see since 2014, 2015, we've started to see a real sort of uptick in the number of home sales outside of the traditional GG or GTA boundaries. And again, that just speaks to the notion that as market conditions remained really tight, as there is strong competition between home buyers because of a lack of inventory, a lack of supply, we started to see people look further afield into not only the 905 regions of the GTA, but also the 705 regions as well. So people looking to move into, the Niagara region, Hamilton, Simcoe County, Guelph, Kitchener-Waterloo, and what have you. And obviously this was exacerbated as we move through the pandemic, with more people having that flexibility to work from home at least part of the time. People were even willing to move further afield because of that accommodation. And so, this is just sort of a charted out version of what I showed you previously on the map. The fact that the share of overall GGH home sales has really shifted over the last decade or so, notwithstanding the fact that overall sales have trended lower as a result of higher borrowing costs and the impact that has on affordability. And that's a nice segue then into talking a little bit more about borrowing costs. And you can see when you look at this chart, it's just plotting out the Bank of Canada's target for the overnight lending rate. And so when you hear, there's an interest rate announcement coming up, or the Bank of Canada has hiked interest rates, or they've cut interest rates, this is what we're talking about, the target for the overnight lending rate. So the shortest of short-term borrowing costs. And really, it impacts right off the bat variable rate mortgage products, which a lot of people have certainly taken advantage of over the past number of years. But it also impacts over time longer term borrowing costs as well. In fact, if you look at bond markets and how they move, you start to see bond market traders, bond market participants starting to anticipate or bet on what the Bank of Canada is expected to do over time. And so you'll actually start to see longer term borrowing costs start to move up or down based on what people anticipate the bank is going to do. And so we have started to see some relief after very aggressive and very rapid interest rate hikes through 2022 and the first part of 2023. We started to see the bank cut. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that, inflation has been very well behaved over the last year. In fact, if you look at the components of inflation, one of the key drivers of inflation above 2% over the last year has actually been the impact of high borrowing costs. And so when you get to that point, that was certainly a sign or a trigger for the Bank of Canada that, they could start cutting rates. And, the jury's still out on whether we're going to continue to see, sort of incremental 25 basis point cuts between now and say midway through next year, or whether the Bank of Canada will decide to roll on more aggressive, say 50 basis point cuts. But regardless, we still got a ways to go before we start to see a lot of would-be home buyers that are sitting on the sidelines today move back into the marketplace. And that's because if you think about, the impact of high borrowing costs on affordability, it's clear that even with the three rate cuts on the part of the Bank of Canada that we've seen so far this year, affordability is still going to be a challenge for a lot of households. So all I've done here is say, look, if someone was going to move into the marketplace and purchase $1 million home with a 20% down payment, taking on a 25-year amortization on a 5-year discounted variable rate mortgage, what would that payment be looking like right now? Well, if we start at the left-hand side of the scale, we're getting close to $5,500 a month. With that reduction in borrowing costs that we've seen over the last 3 Bank of Canada announcements, we've carved off about $400 and change from that payment. It's not nothing, but I'd argue that it's not enough to see an en masse movement off the sidelines and back into the market. And that's why we're still seeing, home sales, even though we saw a bit of an uptick last month, that's why we're still seeing home sales well off the levels that we were seeing in 2023 and the first part 2021 and the first part of 2022. And if you turn it on its head and just say, okay, for that $5,095 monthly payment, what kind of income do I need to qualify? Well, that would be at about $190,000 right now. Juxtapose that against, what the average household income, is in the Greater Toronto area today. You're looking at about, $150,000. You take a 2-earner household and the average personal income of about, $77,000. And that again sort of points out we got a ways to go, before the average household in the GTA can make an affordable purchase. With every rate cut, there's going to be a larger and larger cohort of the population that can't afford to make that move. So I do anticipate we're going to start to see sales pick up like we saw last month, and even more so in the months ahead. But it's going to be some time until we start to see sales at that sort of 100,000 mark or a little bit above. And incidentally, if you look at the number of home sales on a per capita basis, that would be sort of a normal level of sales now, given the population growth we've seen is about 100,000, maybe a little bit more. And so, we've been running somewhere between 60 and 70,000 sales annualized so far this year. So this goes a long way to explaining why there's still that gap between what we'd consider sort of a normal level of housing market activity and where we are today. Quite simply, we still got a ways to go to bridge that affordability gap. Now, we do expect to see the Bank of Canada continue cutting rates. And what we found, based on our polling, is people were saying, look, I need to see 200, 250 basis points before I'm prepared to move back into the market. And if you kind of look at this chart, 200 to 250 basis points gets us a lot closer to that average household income in the GTA. And so, it's no surprise that there's a strong relationship there. Now, on the other side of the equation, I wanted to talk a little bit about supply, because whereas in previous years market conditions were really tight because we saw a record level of transactions relative to listings in the market. Obviously, the situation has changed to a certain degree over the last couple of years, because not only have we seen sales drop off, but we've actually seen listings remain quite high, certainly higher than what we saw last year. And so that means there's a lot of choice out there, and there's not very much competition between home buyers in a lot of neighborhoods throughout the GTA and even surrounding Greater Golden Horseshoe. And so what does that mean? Well, whether you're talking about, the single family side of the market, so singles, semis, and townhomes, or the condominium apartment market in particular, where we've actually seen, very strong growth in listings over the last year. What it means is that if you are active in the market today, you have a lot of negotiating power. And if you can't get a deal done on one home or one apartment, there's probably a home down the street, or maybe even in the same building if you're looking for a condo that you can negotiate on as well. And so people are less likely to make a real sort of quick or knee-jerk decision on one home, because they know there's other choices that they can make. And so this chart here just sort of demonstrates the impact of that shift in market conditions that we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years, both in the GTA on top and the surrounding Greater Golden Horseshoe municipalities or regions on the bottom. And so the line is just a sales to new listings ratio, which was very high back in say 2021 and the first part of 2022, when we were sort of running between 75 and 80%. Like, that's a really strong seller's market. That's indicative of a ton of competition between home buyers in the marketplace. And so it makes sense then, that we're seeing, strong double-digit growth rates in home prices that quite simply weren't sustainable. And at the same time, obviously, as we saw interest rates increase and that affordability calculation really get out of whack for a lot of would-be home buyers, we started to see a lot more choice in the marketplace. First off, because sales dropped off, and second of all, as we've moved through 2023 and 2024, we saw a steady uptick in available listings as well. And so demand dropping off, additional supply, obviously more negotiating power, led initially to a drop off in home prices on average, both in the GTA and surrounding Greater Golden Horseshoe. And now things have flatlined to a certain degree. The flatlining is a little bit interesting because, in fact, over the last few months, we've seen even more choice in the marketplace, but we haven't seen, as pronounced of a drop off in home prices compared to what we saw, say, between 2022 and 2023. And I think that suggests that, a lot of homeowners, current homeowners that are would-be sellers, are saying, you know what? I believe that interest rates are going to continue to trend lower. And so if I don't need to sell my home right now, I'm not prepared to take, a real discount off my asking price right now, because I think later on in the fall of 2024, or even more so in the spring of 2025, there's going to be tighter market conditions. There's going to be support for home prices where they are right now. We may even start to see some growth. But I will say, because market conditions are so much more balanced today than what they were, say, back in 2021 and the first part of 2022, it's kind of a positive double whammy for home buyers, I would argue, both for the remainder of this year and as we move through 2025, because not only are they going to take advantage of much lower borrowing costs over the next year to year and a half, but initially at least they're also going to be able to take advantage of a lot of supply in the marketplace. So they're going to have negotiating power because of that inventory, and they're also going to be seeing borrowing costs trend lower. And so that'll prompt a lot more people moving into the market, I would argue, as we move towards the spring of 2025. But obviously that has an impact. There's ramifications based on conditions in the resale market for what we see in the new home market. So Altus has been a longtime partner of ours, so I'll take advantage of some of the reports and metrics that they put together. But just as a start, if you look over time at that relationship between sales and listings in the marketplace, there's a pretty strong correlation with initially new home sales and then ultimately new home construction. Because, if market conditions are really tight on the resale side of things, you tend to see more people interested in the purchase of a new home. They're prepared to sacrifice some time to take occupancy of that home to take advantage of the choice that may be offered at pre-construction sales center. By the same token, if you think about the condo market and investors are more likely to make that move to risk that capital if they're seeing really tight market conditions and strong price growth. And so obviously we haven't seen that over the last couple of years. So it's not surprising then that, both on the low-rise side of the market that we're showing on this chart and also the high-rise side of the market, that we see new project openings drop off. And it makes sense. I mean, if number one, buyers are benefiting from a lot of choice in the resale market today, and just the overall number of willing buyers has dropped off, then it makes sense then that it may be a bit of a risky proposition to open a pre-construction sales center, at that same period of time. And that's sort of the vicious circle that we find ourselves in, because on the one hand, the impact of higher borrowing costs is relatively short term. It impacts both, the resale market, but it also impacts that pipeline of new supply coming online. And so as we move through 2025 and into 2026, we're going to see the resale market tighten up. We're going to absorb a lot of that standing inventory over the next, say, year to year and a half. And the issue is, of course, is that, over that same period of time, we'll maybe just be starting to see, that pre-construction sales activity, starting to ramp up. So unfortunately, as the resale market tightens up, we're again going to be getting into the situation where, new inventory coming online is not going to be matching population growth, at least initially. And so, when you think about, pre-construction sales center openings, well, if they've dropped off, then obviously new home sales are going to drop off as well. Because on the one hand, people aren't as willing to purchase right now because of the uncertainty, because of the affordability issues associated with high borrowing costs. But at the same time, there's quite simply not that, pre-construction inventory to choose from as well. And so again, it's kind of a double whammy on pre-construction sales, and that has implications for the pipeline over the medium to long term. And so that's, the housing market as I see it, in a nutshell. I think there's a lot of, interrelatedness between the resale market and the new home market. I tried to keep it within, 20 minutes or so, and I'm certainly happy to answer a few questions before you move on to your next speaker, the minister.
Great. Thank you, Jason. That was great. And I appreciate you giving us some time for Q&A, because we do have a few. The first one that came in is the outlook on affordability and prices for 2025 in the GTA. Are we seeing less demand for condos because of the affordability, but also because of the work-home balance that people are having preference for?
Yeah, well, I think number one, you've definitely seen a drop off in the demand in the condominium apartment space because a key cohort of condo buyers are first-time buyers. So people that may be moving out of rental accommodation or people that may be moving out of their parents' home, for example, and buying their first house, buying their first apartment. And obviously first-time buyers are very interest rate sensitive. They don't have as much equity in, say, an existing home. It's all based on savings. And a lot of them may just have sort of the bare minimum required to make that purchase. And so every little change in borrowing costs, either up or down, really does impact first-time buyer behavior. So I think, as we move towards the spring of 2025, you are going to see a growing number of first-time buyers interested in moving back into the market because, the rental market has seen a little bit more inventory, certainly this year. And we actually saw, average rents trend a little bit lower, which presented some affordability relief on the rental side of things, but historically average rents still remain high. And so I'd argue that as interest rates continue to trend lower, you are going to see a lot of renter households say, you know what, the difference in monthly costs between buying a home and renting one, especially when you consider the fact that you're building equity in that investment on the home ownership side, you're going to see a growing number of people, entertaining the purchase of a condo apartment as a result.
Great, and that's a good segue in terms of the first-time home buyers. Is the first-time home buyer account being used? Is it impacting housing?
I think, I don't have exact numbers off the top of my head, but I guess I'll broaden my answer to say I think any government initiative that can help positively impact affordability, I think will come into play over the next say year to year and a half. Because if you think about things like changes in the amortization or changes in the maximum purchase price, all of those kind of have a similar impact to a cut in borrowing costs, and then it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the marketplace. It gives you a little bit more in terms of options of what you can afford. And so in conditions like these, especially when we're still in a relatively high interest rate environment, I think you'll see more people, looking to take advantage of these policy changes.
Interesting to see the stats on how many people move from rental housing to purchasing housing in the coming year. On that, so as work from home again becomes more prevalent, are you seeing more sales further out from Toronto as workers don't want to do the commute?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if you think back to, when we came out of the recession, 2008, 2009, a lot of our members' sales were still focused within the GTA proper. But, as we start to see, you'll remember back to that period of time, we saw actually, stricter lending guidelines coming online and also market conditions tightening up. And both of those things had a hit in terms of affordability. And so, if you starting in around, say, 2012, 2013, we really started to see a marked uptick in the number of our members that were helping, clients purchase further afield. And, if you look at, surrounding GGH market areas like Simcoe County, Barrie, Guelph, Hamilton, Niagara, it was around that period of time too, that those areas started to see, City of Toronto, GTA market tightness starting to come on as well. More instances of double-digit price growth, more instances of, multiple offers on homes. And so, yeah, I definitely would say that, even before COVID and even before, the opportunity to work from home for a lot of households, you're already starting to see that movement outwards because quite simply, that was the only option for people that wanted to purchase a home, especially especially on the single family side of things. And, you know, it was only, that was only underpinned further, you know, during COVID and even up to where we are today, where there is a lot more flexibility around where people can work from. And even today, I mean, the labor market, we've seen the unemployment rate trend upwards a little bit, but more of that's been on the population growth side of things versus, you know, people actually say losing employment. And so there's a lot of sectors of the economy right now that are still pretty tight. And so there's a lot of workers out there that can still dictate, at least to a certain degree, you know, what their working conditions are going to be, or at least build some flexibility into that relationship with their employer.
Yeah, good. We do have other questions, but we are now out of time as we want to get the minister on next. So thank you very much, Jason. And we'll move on. So then the next speaker and the dessert on this meal that we've served you today is the Minister of Housing, sort of Municipal Affairs and Housing, member of Provincial Parliament from Markham-Stouffville, Paul Calandra.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was actually enjoying that last session. I have to be honest with you. That was very, very interesting. And I appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today. And let me just again thank RESCON, and really all the industry groups have done an incredible job over the last number of months that I've had this position in helping us move forward. It is no doubt. There have been some very difficult times over the last year, but as challenging as things are, I remain very, very optimistic about where we're going as a province and where we are going as an industry, frankly. So let me just say this: it is without a doubt Ontario is growing at a pace that is remarkable, given all of the challenges the global challenges that we're seeing out there. As you know, Ontario is one of the fastest, if not one of the fastest growing region in all of North America. At the same time, we have seen job creation well in excess of 800,000 jobs created, thousands of jobs that still remain to be filled. We're seeing over $80 billion worth of investment come back to the province of Ontario over the last 6 years. And we have seen rapid population growth at the same time. But obviously, we are certainly not immune from the global challenges and headwinds, which have made it very difficult and challenging for many to build homes and get shovels in the ground. Just had the presentation with respect to interest rates, and I know that you all know that the Premier was very, very aggressive in suggesting that the interest rate increases were too fast and too short a period of time, and it would have a negative impact on performers and the ability to get shovels in the ground. And while we're encouraged that they're going back in the right direction, we don't want to just create a situation where we're solely reliant on interest rates in order to get shovels in the ground and get construction moving across the province of Ontario. Cost of labor, cost of materials, that have all had a very challenging impact on many of you and your ability to get moving. Now, we have certainly been focused on what we can do as a government to help get shovels in the ground faster. We've extended strong mayor powers to many communities across the province, and we've given them targets that they have to meet. We know that many made their targets last year, but we fully understand that many are having a more difficult time this year. And one of the things that we consistently heard from RESCON, who've been great on it, from the home builders, every industry group, every mayor, every councillor, was the need for the province and the federal government to work together to get infrastructure, housing enabling infrastructure in the ground across the province of Ontario, that it would be the #1 factor in helping unleash opportunities in communities across the province. We have moved, as you know, unilaterally with a $3 billion infrastructure program to get sewer and water in the ground, to allow those municipalities that have developments in front of them and just needed that extra help to get the sewer and water in the ground. So a unilateral program of over $3 billion investments. We have a new provincial planning statement, which has been very, very well received for the most part. I've heard from a lot of you on that. As you know, it is a housing positive document, and I am very, very excited by that. We are updating population numbers. You know, for many of our partners, their OPs and the work that they've been doing is based on population numbers that were were done before. Frankly, we saw the explosion of population over the last couple of years. And to be very clear, the people that are coming to the province of Ontario are coming here to fill jobs and opportunities, and we need them to come to the province of Ontario. They are a benefit to our province, and we have to do a better job of making sure that we're ready for them. They are filling the jobs and the skill set that we need to continue the province growing, and we are going to make sure that we do everything in our power to meet the demand, because as you all know, the dream of home ownership should be something that that we are completely focused on. It is why my parents came to Canada in the 1950s, and why so many people still come here. Another thing that we did, of course, was we exempted universities from the Planning Act under Bill 185. Again, very, very very well received. And we are concluding our consultation with respect to the use of surety bonds as opposed to letters of credit and other factors for holding money aside to fulfill obligations. I want to thank RESCON, of course, and some of the other groups that have done a tremendous job on this one with us. I know it has been something that has been asked for and asked for and asked for. And we are nearing what I think will be a very positive conclusion on that front. But going forward, look, we are going to continue to focus on cutting red tape and making it easier for you to do the work that needs to be done to build more homes. I have heard it a million times that it is too hard, it is too difficult, it is too confusing to get through the paperwork burden across the province of Ontario. Communities define things differently. You are forced to make new applications. Stouffville defines a single detached home differently than Markham defines it, and every single jurisdiction is different. Bill 185 began the process of harmonizing, and if I do nothing else as Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I want to see us move into a direction where there is clarity, both of time, clarity of money, and clarity of purpose when you are applying look, many of you are making massive investments. If you buy your first home, it is a massive investment for you. We know that we have to build homes of all types. For some, it's their first apartment. For some, it's a townhouse. For others, it's going to be a condo. And for many, it's still the dream of having a single detached home. And we have to be in a position where we can deliver on all of those priorities for the people of the province of Ontario, especially in a province that is growing as quickly as we are going. And we want to create an environment where those who are making these massive investments need to feel like the investments that they are making are valued. And the reason I say that, and I'll just say this in conclusion, is there are so many more options for people to make investments. And if we're going to continue to encourage growth and opportunity in the province of Ontario, done a lot of work, but now we have to make it easier and more convenient, frankly, to get shovels in the ground. And that is the focus for me going forward, is going to cutting red tape, harmonizing, and letting it be easier for you to do the work that you need to do, and for families to be able to afford that first home. So with that, I won't go any further than that. I probably went on longer than I needed to, but I don't know if you have questions. I can. I'm not sure what you'd.
No, thank you, Minister.
Like
I think we're going to try to wrap things up. As much as we'd love to pepper you with questions, I'm sure you get enough of that in question period. So we'll leave that for today, and I'm sure RESCON and the team will follow up with you in short order. So thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the conclusion for today. Just a few housekeeping things and we'll let you go. Obviously, I want to thank all of our speakers and thank you for attending. And the speakers delivered a number of insights, and you're going to get all of this information in a follow-up email. And There's a survey that I think we're going to put into the chat right now. If you can click that, we'll also be sending you an email with that survey so you can get us some feedback for the Housing Summit 5.0, which will be next October, date TBD. So we'll do that. And if you could make sure you do the survey, visit the website, check your emails for what's coming next. And finally, I want to thank all of our sponsors, the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario, the Toronto Regional Real Estate Board, Enbridge, Leuna 183, EBS Global. Couldn't do this without you, so thank you very much. And next up, what's coming tomorrow is an event from our labs, and the date is tomorrow. I'm not sure of the details, but we will also send that to you. But it's a webinar as well focused on innovation in the housing market, insightful group of industry leaders delving into innovation of the industrialization of Canadian housing. I don't know what industrialization of Canadian housing means, so I'm going to attend. I suggest you do that as well. That is tomorrow, and you'll see a link coming up. Also, next up on the calendar should be November 18th, which is the Brownie Awards in Toronto. And it'll be interesting for you because we have Mitch Cohen of Daniels Corporation as the keynote for that. And he'll be talking about how his group and developers across Ontario are using brownfields and brownfield infills to help develop housing. So November 18th for that. That's the Brownie Awards. You can Google it. And I think that is a wrap for everybody. So thank you again for attending. Thank you for your participation. Thank you to speakers and sponsors. And thank you most of all for RESCON for leading this charge and leading the discussion around the housing crisis in Canada. Bye, everybody. Thank you.